Now it's on. I'm relearning, well, I'm learning this because you would sit as a board member when we were here before. So welcome to everyone. Here we are in what we believe will be a more stable and ongoing location at the invitation of the City of Sacramento for their council chambers. It worked for this board very well go home and just be on Zoom. So we're back. Very nice to see a room of people and board members. Are all the folks who have attempted to log on been accepted? Mm-hmm. All right, so that is taken care of. Then I will call this meeting to order. Welcome to the Central Valley Flood Protection Board meeting of March 26th, 2023. I'm going to ask Mr. Jones, our board clerk, to call the roll before I give you advice. Please call the roll.
Board Member Bosler. Board Member Grego. Here. Board Member Johnson.
I'm here. Good morning, everyone. How does this work?
Sorry.
I'm here. Good morning, everyone.
Board Member Countryman.
Present.
Board Member Valines is running late, and Board Member Ramirez will be here shortly. President Dolan.
I'm here. We have 7 board members. 5 are present. 2 have advised us that they're just running a bit late, but they will come. I think one's going to be on the phone very shortly. So again, welcome. Just a bit of housekeeping before we move to the review of the agenda. I'm assuming all of you who are online know how to raise your hand to be called upon, so I will not explain that. If you're in attendance, there's a speaker card. If you wish to speak for a particular item, it will be given to our board clerk, and you will be called upon at that item. The cards are in the foyer. If you did not do that, when an item comes up and you want to talk, you can either raise your hand in the room, or you can stand up, and you'll be called upon. Each agenda item is going to be announced at the time of the agenda by its title and maybe a bit of description. It appears we have a robust agenda. Though I do have a staff that wants to go home at 2, I doubt that's going to occur today. And there's a couple things I want you to know about the agenda. I have relocated board item 10C, as in cup. And I'm putting that right after U.S. Army Corps of Engineer items 8A and B, because I think that that's all related. And I believe that you will agree when we get to that. Other than that, the agenda will proceed as it was submitted and broadcast. Please know that I will call a break in the morning. It's hard to know exactly when, but it will be somewhere in the realm of 10:30 to 11. That's my goal. But it won't be until an item is finished. We will have a lunch break following board item 10A, which means for those of you who are online or in the room, item 10B, which is a presentation by the City of Sacramento regarding a proposed project, will be immediately after lunch. And I want you to know that now so that you can plan. So with that, I'm going to ask Mr. Wright, our chief engineer, to come to the podium and indicate if everything is in order, even though I put something out of order.
Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board. Michael Wright, chief engineer for the board. The consent calendar is in order, as well as the agenda. There was a typo on item 5A in the staff reports that will be corrected for the record.
Thank you for that. I'm going to just say that because that's my county.
Okay.
That road is Ord Ferry, not Old Ferry. But I'm the last one to say someone makes a mistake because I'm the queen of autocomplete errors. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for that. So that's the review of the agenda. We will move to approval of minutes. We have 2 for this, and I will call upon Secretary Johnson to identify what they are.
Morning, President Dolan and everyone. This item is for approval of the February 24 and March 24, 2023 minutes. I reviewed them, believe they're in order. And if you saw something I didn't, please speak up. In the meantime, I move that we approve the February 24 and March 24 minutes.
All right, we have a motion by Member Johnson. Is there a second? I'll second. A second by Member Griego. I'm going to just take this opportunity to say for the February 24th agenda, I noticed that we had a levy inspection of the Chester levy system that this board owns and operates. And then on May 11th, there was an earthquake very near that underneath Lake Almanor. Just wanted to use up your time. All right, any other questions on the minutes? Anyone wants to identify an error? I see none, so I'll ask Mr. Jones to call the roll for the minutes.
Board Member Bosler? Aye. Board Member Griego?
Yes.
Board Member Countryman?
Yes.
Secretary Johnson?
Aye.
Board Member Ramirez is still absent. Secretary, Vice President Valines?
Aye.
And President Dolan?
Aye. So because we heard an aye from our vice president, we'll say he's here. I announced that you're on your way, so good morning. And Board Member Ramirez is coming. So that motion carries with six votes and one absent for now. So we'll move to the consent. Look at people, is that right? I left my notes at home, so I'm going to need some help. There are 4 consent items. There are 3 permits and 1 letter of transmittal to the Corps. Item 5A is a permit, Butte County Public Works, for replacement of an existing bridge at Ord Ferry Road. Item B, 5B, is an application of requesting the board to send what is called a letter of no objection to the Army Corps of Engineers to start the 408 process for a project in the Yolo County service area near my Knights Landing. This item also adds something which will speed up permitting processes, which includes, if the Corps agrees, it'll authorize board staff to transfer operations and not another hearing before the board, because that's really a very staff-oriented thing to do. 5C is a permit, Union Pacific Railroad Company to replace a bridge in Sacramento County near or over Elk Creek and near French Road. I couldn't really read the map, so the railroad is replacing very old bridges. That's a good thing. And item D is a permit from a request from the Western Shasta Resource Conservation District to remove a useless, unoperable piece of concrete that was a siphon and hasn't been for a long time out of Little Cow Creek near Palo Cedro in Shasta County so that the fish can get up to spawn. So those are the items. It's taken as one vote unless, does anyone on the board want to remove one? I see no one. Does anyone in the audience want to remove one of these to talk about it? Does anyone online want to remove a consent item? Okay, I saw a hand up, then it went like that, so I'm assuming it's another item. Okay, this is the consent item. Is there a motion to approve as presented?
Move to approve.
I'll second.
Motion by Member Countryman, second by Member Griego. Please call the roll.
Board Member Bosler?
Aye.
Board Member Griego?
Yes.
Board Member Ramirez is running late. Board Member Countryman?
Yes.
Secretary Johnson?
Aye.
Vice President Valines?
Aye.
President Dolan?
Yes. So the motion carries, 3 ayes, 3 yeses. 6 approve, 1 is absent, but is on his way. Thank you. We're at item number 6. This item is called public comment, and I will state that if there's a member of the public who wishes to make a comment to the board, this is the time to do that. but it is also the time for which the board just listens and is not able to engage, comment, discuss, or act. So if you would come forward and identify yourself, that would be great.
Yes, Chairman.
Morning. I think I
gentlemen.
know who you are.
Yeah, glad you can recognize me after these years. At any rate, my name is Patrick Forgans. I'm with Forgans and Associates. I'm a de facto public trustee. That means when the government's not doing its job, that's where I come in, okay? I'm here briefly to explain to you that I'm very concerned about the climate change and the way that these reservoirs are operated here on the western flank of the Sierra Nevadas. In particular, what I'm looking at here is the flood control manual for the operation of the Orville facilities. Historically, I've been involved in every major flood that's occurred there. And what we've noted, first of all, is there's no enforcement of the federal flood control rules and regulations at Orville. Essentially, the Department of Water Resources is monitoring itself. Can you hear me?
Yes, but if you could slow down just a tad, that'd be good.
Okay. So anyway, what I'm here to talk about today is there's an audit going on right now by the auditor of both the Department of Water Resources and also the State Water Resource Control Board. One of my associates helped to promote that. This is a quote from the assemblyman who made the recommendation to have this audit. California's water management strategies are outdated, heavily flawed, dangerous to the health of humans and the environment alike. That's a pretty heavy statement. And what I'm here to tell you is that I've been involved in every major lawsuit that's occurred in the North State back to 1980. And what I found is that the Department of Water Resources is playing Russian roulette up there at Orville. And the reason why they're doing that is because they contracted for more water than they can provide, and also because they can generate more electrical energy. On the 6th of February, back in 2017, I notified the Corps of Engineers there was going to be a problem at Orville. It was the 7th of February that the spillway collapsed, or partial collapse. And what we found here is that back in the 1950s, when they cut off the natural overflow on the river, most of the water never went down all the way to the confluence at Verona. That water would go over and into the Butte Sink, the Sutter Butte Sink, okay? And it would flood all the way across the valley and break levees on the west side of the Sacramento River. Now, the problem we have here now is that the way the operation is set up, we can push 250,000 CFS out of that spillway that's just been recently repaired, which is already cracking. And let's remember that it was the cracks that created the problem with the spillway collapse. When we have what you call a maximum probable rainstorm up there, we're talking about as much as 600,000 CFS, this is in the manual, coming down down from the dam. It's going to blow out most of the levees downstream. It's going to inundate. This is USGS data now, not mine. It's going to create 1.5 million people to evacuate. That's less than 24 hours. There's $725 billion worth of assets in harm's way, and 250,000 Californians will never be able to relocate. Now, the problem is it's going to blow out a lot of the levees down here in the Sacramento, San Joaquin Delta. It's going to push all that stuff down into the San Francisco Bay, as what happened back in 1861 and 62. I'm letting you know now, and I'm putting everybody on notice. You know I was involved in the flood control plan that was developed way back when. I pushed for it back in 1985 for a comprehensive flood plan in this state. It doesn't exist. And I'm saying now that when this happens, when this flood that we're talking about is going to happen, and if it kept raining this previous year, it could have happened. No one is going to be able to say they didn't know. I'm here to let you know when it happens, no one's going to plead the ignorance defense. And I'm watching you. And I'll let you know when it happens, I'll be back. Thank you for your time. Well, thank you so much. I'm glad somebody finds it interesting.
Anyone else who wishes? Yes, if you would introduce yourself, that would be great. Good morning.
Before I start, can you tell me, is this working? I have some photographs that would really shorten my presentation.
I don't think so.
All right, well, I'll then circulate
Needed
the
you
photos.
to ask well in advance of your time at the podium.
Okay.
So for the future, know that, okay? Good morning.
Good morning, board members. My name is Jim Geary. I've been a Park and Greenhaven resident for more than 50 years. My children and grandchildren have both been born and raised in the Greenhaven Pocket area. I'm a founder of the Pocket Greenhaven Community Association and a long-term member and leader of the Friends of the Sacramento River Parkway, a project created by the city almost 50 years ago, in which later on today you're going to get a brief about the city's intent to complete the parkway. The parkway right now is about halfway completed in the Pocket area. The remaining portion is intended to be completed with the briefing you're going to get this afternoon. Over the recent years, as part of the levee restoration project by the Corps, all remaining fences and gates crossing the levee were removed and not replaced by the Corps as part of the Corps' policy to not create new obstacles to the safety of the renovated levees. One of the lessons learned from the New Orleans catastrophe was that fences and gates on levees create enormous problems in providing emergency services to halt and remedy potential and actual levee failures. Imagine my surprise when a week ago, going down the levee,
Keep talking, you've got 2 minutes.
if you look at those fences,
So you're submitting photos to the board?
yes, if
Okay.
you look at those fences, the staff has formally stated in writing that these are in conformity with the fencing that has been put up by the contractors in the Corps relative to the construction that's going on. That is not true. Here is a photograph of, oh, it's probably in that packet. You'll see the Corps of Engineers has required all of those fences to be installed into the levee so they don't fall over. And they're straight, the gates are attached properly. If you look at those photographs of what's up there right now, and there's at least 2 fences that are like that, it looks like something my 2.5-year-old grandson put up. They are unsafe. They're unsafe to the public. They're unsafe to anyone going through there. They're unsafe to the fire department, to the police and the rangers that patrol through there. And if the board does not get a handle on this right now, this is going to continue. The staff has refused to tell me how many applications are presently pending. They have refused to tell me how many other of these minor alterations, and that's what they put in writing last night. This is a minor alteration to the levee. If you look at those photographs and understand what minor is versus significant or substantial, you'll see the danger that has been created to the public by these fences. And I urge the board to resolve this issue right now in the open. No more secret fences being put up, no more secret applications being submitted, and no public comment being allowed until after it's a fait accompli. This is simply not acceptable to the public. And I assure you, you're going to hear more about this if those fences are not resolved in an efficient and an engineering stable way.
We hear you. Thank
Thank
you.
you. By the way, you can hold on to those photos. I have
Oh, we can retain those? All
many
right.
as I need.
Did you get his actual name? Because I got Jim, but, okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, and you are?
I am Jim Haupt. I am also a Pocket Greenhaven resident. I am also here to register my strong objection to the temporary fences or to any permanent fences going up. Understand that 3 years ago, you withdrew the policy that permitted cross-levee fences. You heard from DWR and the Army Corps of Engineers telling you they do not like cross-levee fences. At the moment, your staff is proposing to allow cross-levee fences. If this is allowed, I urge you to make this a public process so that anyone who opposes fences and gates can state their objections on the record. Thank you.
Thank you. We hear you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? You only get one time, Mr. Portins. Anyone else who wishes to speak under, at item 6, which is public comment? Do you see any hands raised online? Please indicate the name.
So we have Mr. Don Murphy.
Mr. Murphy, you can unmute yourself.
Okay, I've done that. Thank you, President Dolan and board staff members. I am also a Pocket resident. I have levee property on the river. In 2008 and 2011, I had requested permits for cross-levee fences. I was denied on both occasions by the recommendation of the Army and the DWR MA9 folks. And the reason for my denial was that my fences would impair the ability of the government agencies to provide flood control and maintenance. So my concern is, how would a bike trail on my property and up and down the river not impair the ability to provide flood control and maintenance? Another comment about the proposed bike trail is right-of-way access. There are a number of us that are private property owners on the river, and the city does not have the recreational easement rights to build that bike trail. My question to the board is, I'm assuming that the city would also need a encroachment permit for the bike trail. How would they be able to obtain that permit prior to having the right-of-way access? That's never been defined, and I'm very curious about that process. Am I correct that the city would also have to have a permit?
Mr. Murphy, you're at a time that's called public comment, and the rules for public comment is the board does not enter into conversation or discussion. We do have an item immediately after lunch for this full thing where there'll probably be a lot of back and forth.
Okay, sorry, I do understand it's public comment, but.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
But we heard you and you're recorded.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else online?
Yes, next we have Devin Lavelle.
Mr. Lavelle, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you and good morning. Excuse me. My name is Devin Lavelle. Until earlier this year, I served as the Sacramento Parks Commission Chair and the Commissioner from District 7. Over my 5 years on the commission, I spoke to many hundreds of people from around the neighborhood on the issue of the Sacramento River Parkway. And while I do recognize that there are a small number of residents who disagree, the overwhelming majority of people in our community support the trail and are eager to see it completed. Moreover, all of our public safety officers, police, fire, and flood control all agree that our community is safer without the fencing. Please keep our community safe.
Mr. Lavelle, apparently you're unaware that we had this as a specific item right after lunch. I don't know if you heard me.
Several other people were speaking
And I will
on
say you've got the best photo for your online presence.
Well, thank you
that
so
I've
much.
seen. All right, well, thank you for your comments and your service on a commission.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else online who wanted to speak under public comment? I think we have some confusion as to whether this is when you talk about the fences or when we actually have it identified. Anyone else?
Yes, we have Mr. Mark Portuando, but I believe he wanted to talk about 10B, so I don't know if he wants to wait.
All right, sir, I'm not sure I can pronounce your name correctly, but you can unmute yourself and then indicate if you want to speak now or when the item actually allows interchange. Sir, you can unmute yourself.
It looks like he decided to wait.
Oh, you decided to wait until we can have a conversation? Okay, that's great. I do know we've been hearing from Pocket folks at the public time, so, which is fine. Anyone else?
It looks like Mark Portuando wants to talk now.
Okay, Mr. Portatuando, am I saying that correctly? You can unmute yourself and tell me how to really say it.
No, that's perfect. It's Portuando, but that's been story of my life. So it's pretty
well,
close. That works for me.
Apologize for that. You're welcome.
No problem. Yeah, no, I will speak later on, but I also if I wanted to speak on the issue right now that two members of the public had brought up. I would like to thank board staff for taking into consideration the concern over safety and trespassing issues and the temporary fences until there is some type of plan in place for the parkway behind our properties. I know that's going to be on the item 10, but I would just like to say thank you because there has been significant concerns about safety and trespassing and camping and cutting into the levee. So, so again, I just wanted to issue my support and thank you, board staff, for listening to our concerns.
Thank you. It is item 10B, as in boy, and that will be directly after lunch, which I anticipate somewhat at 1 p.m., but it's hard to be exact with that time.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else online?
No one else online.
Okay, then we can move on. Thank you all for your input and understanding that by law we're not interacting with you at this point. Item number 7 is legislative update. Our policy advisor, Mr. Darren Soon, will provide this.
Good morning.
You heard you have like 4 seconds.
4 seconds? Okay.
Well, because
I'm done.
the staff said they want to go home at noon, so I said no.
It's
Good
only
morning.
it's only about an hour and 4 seconds that I have.
Okay, thanks for the warning.
Good morning, President Dolan, Vice President of Alliance, member of the board. Darren Soon, your policy advisor. I do have a rather lengthy update but I will do my best to keep it short in light of this long agenda. If I could request, Mr. Jones, if we could pull up the slides. Oh, somebody. Oh, Chavez is working on it. Thank you, Chavez.
You have a PowerPoint?
We do.
Okay.
We do.
I think I can give you 10 minutes.
Okay, thanks.
Give him 10 minutes.
No animations, though, I have to say.
Don't wait for your PowerPoint.
I'm animated enough. I can dance for you, President, Board Member Countryman. Not well, but I can.
Can you begin before that pops up?
Sure.
Thank
So legislatively, there's quite a bit going on both at the federal and state level. We have the appropriations process that is happening since the president's budget was released. Obviously, or not obviously, but I think all of you are familiar with the debt ceiling conversations that are going on. The National Flood Insurance Program remains needs to be reauthorized. And then the Army Corps is still working towards an update for their principles, requirements, and guidelines. This policy formulates and evaluates water resource studies for the Army Corps of Engineers. It's what the board staff and DWR have been focused on for a while, and trying to look at different ways to capture more benefits and address concerns for disadvantaged communities. Chavez, could we go to the next slide, please? And then, of course, Section 7001, actually, I'll get to these in a minute. At the state level, we have bond measures, a climate bond, the May revision, legislation that we've been paying close attention to, and, of course, the recent executive order N8-23. So if we can go to the next slide, please. So on the federal level, I just wanted to remind everyone the appropriations process, when the president's budget was released, these projects and dollar amounts were in there. And of course, because of, and I'll go to the next bullet, which is the debt ceiling, these negotiations are put on hold at the time. But I just wanted to remind everybody what we at the board and DWR are paying close attention to for projects that are within our jurisdiction. And then quickly, the National Flood Insurance Program it needs to be reauthorized. It's extended till September 30th. So we'll wait to see whether they do another extension or it gets reauthorized. Next slide, please. I mentioned the principles, requirements, and guidelines. We think they'll be released by the summer, so we'll see what proposed updates will be coming forth. This is in relation to for us, it's a lot of the water resource studies the feasibility studies that put forth. So when how they evaluate water resources studies. For us, in one particular example, and there are others, but the Yola Bypass Casualty Partnership, I think, is a big one that this could affect our ability to get an authorized project going through there. Section 7001 portal, this is a regular process that the Army Corps puts out. It gives the opportunity for non-federal sponsors to put forth what projects they would like to work on, and potentially gets input into a congressional report. The deadline for that is August 28th, so staff, as a matter of practice, always puts forth some letters of intent in this process and in coordination with DWR. Yes, Board Member Countryman. Yeah. Board
Member Countryman?
Yes, do you know what they're looking at? Are they talking about changing the benefit cost ratio type analysis, or what's going on there?
For the PRNG, yes, that was the idea, that looking at different ways to capture benefits, but I believe there's also ways to address climate change and how that's looked at and evaluated as well. For us, I think being able to, other social effects, I mean, for instance, the big example, or one main example we use is here in the Yola Bypass. A lot of the properties are not fee title, they're easements, and so we're not able to obtain credit for that as a benefit in the study. One of the things we'd love to see is build the process to enable us to view that as a benefit and incorporate that. How do we address disadvantaged communities in this process?
Well, that's much needed, because now you can't, even though they say you want to account for climate change, there's no way in the current core process to do that. So this would change that, right?
Correct. Well, we think we'll know when the summer release comes out. They've taken a lot of input from stakeholders across the nation. We've provided input. We know DWR's provided input. SAFCA, a lot of our partners here provide input. So we'll have to see what actually comes out of it.
When do you anticipate that you would have some information to specifically bring to us rather than what we want?
They anticipate a summer release.
Summer?
Of this, yeah.
Well, we're there on Tuesday.
Yeah, it's true. I don't know when during the summer, but
I just have
beginning or the end, but yeah, so.
Member Bosler?
I just have a clarifying question. So I'm sorry, so you all have submitted on behalf of the board input into this process already?
Well, board staff, I mean, we've written.
Or just like
letter.
informal, or you've written, okay.
Yeah.
And when was that submitted?
I don't recall the date. I could find the letter and provide it.
I mean, I'd just be interested in what we've said.
I thank you for bringing that up. I was going to say, the board would like to see what staff has prepared. If
Yeah.
someone asks us what we think, we would be able to respond.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, in future, I think we should consider the board actually sending a letter.
Well, it was, I believe it was signed by President.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
It was signed
It was
by,
it was a while back.
Oh, it was like last year, or?
Yeah, this process has been going
Okay.
on for.
well, I do not recall signing something, but I know I did sign something sent on behalf of the board asking the Army Corps at the federal level to recognize letters of intent and intents to do SWIFT without waiting for the general to sign, because we need that. Once they've started the process, they should be recognized. So it was sent more eloquently than that. And
Yeah,
also one,
I understood this was more of policy input,
Right.
input on changing the policies, right?
Yeah.
Just recirculate the letter that was sent?
Yeah.
Just- And maybe it was before I joined the board, and I'm just not
yeah,
aware.
we'll make a note that everyone on the board will get those.
Yeah,
the
I
input.
will look for our comments, yeah. Happy to. So then 7001 portal, I mentioned that August 28th is the deadline. And then Order 2022 implementation, there's about approximately 10 provisions that the Army Corps of Engineers feels like there's a need for further guidance. Next slide, please. So at the state level, right now, our state legislature is going through their floor process to get through any bills in the first house off the floor and onto the second house. As of May 19th, the deadline for bills to get out of the fiscal committee passed, and 306 bills failed to get out of fiscal committee this go around. From the bond measures, all of you are familiar, there's several bond measures going forward, and so all these made it to the floor, so we'll see if they're able to make it out. Next slide, please. In addition to the bond measures in the legislature, the governor deferred approximately $1.1 billion in general fund shifts into a future climate resilience bond. You can see the several categories here, dollar amounts. Of note for us, I believe at the bottom, the dam safety and flood management and multi-benefit land purposing items down there will be of particular interest for us. So we'll see how this continues to progress as well. Next slide, please. And then, of course, we have the May revision. The May revision, from a flood management perspective, included $290 million of one-time general fund monies, 250 of those to support various at-risk communities. You could see the flood contingency portion, $125 million, was shifted from the drought contingency. There was a feeling that, drought, obviously with all the recent rains, that the need for that might not be as great. So this was shifted over to a flood contingency pot. We have about $75 million for flood control subventions, and then go ahead and next slide, please, Chavez. Agricultural business relief grants for about $25 million. Disaster response emergency operations account set aside, $25 million. And then next slide, please, Chavez. $40 million. You may recall news of this. This was for multi-benefit floodplain reconnection and habitat restoration projects. Or I like to say, remember when President Dolan was at Dos Rios, we need 5 more of these Dos Rios projects. So excited to see this pot of money for these types of projects in the future. Next slide, please. And then there's, I think I was able to provide you the updated staff report of about 13 flood bills, but these I thought were of particular note for us. Senator Eggman's bill for flood management deadlines specifically pertains to Mossdale Tract and West Sacramento flood control project. It gives more specificity on what allows them to not meet the urban level of protection deadline by 2025. I just highlighted some parts there in the blue. And then AB 345 from Assemblymember Wilson, including the flood board as an eligible entity to provide funding for projects that restore habitat for threatened and endangered species. Next slide, please. A couple more here. We have Assemblymember Bauer Cahan with their floodplain restoration projects in the Central Valley study. This basically is a report that would identify what multi-benefit projects or any hurdles to define multi-benefit projects. And then Assembly Aguilar Curry's woodland Cache Creek study, that became a 2-year bill, didn't make it out of fiscal committee, but it's one of the projects we're watching or working with DWR and the city of Woodland.
Mr. Stone, is it appropriate to tell Assemblymember Bauer Khan that one of the hurdles is lack of funding?
Sure,
I'll
absolutely. I think we would outline that in the report as well, if this
Okay.
passes.
We'll see how that goes. Yep,
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sure. Next slide, please.
Oh,
And then,
Member Countryman, you have comment?
that's how it's written at this time.
What would be the rationale for that?
We'll have to get the bill and read it.
Yeah,
Is it surprising that someone who represents Woodland would submit that? I don't mean to be facetious, but it is a submittal, and it will be well discussed.
It doesn't seem like it's moving forward now, so
No,
it sounds like
it's-
there's more time to discuss why it's such
Okay.
a unique situation.
I thought that was one put on suspense or something.
yeah. We can certainly have more conversations with them, and we can let them know there's concerns about.
No, we just want to know why. I don't know if I'm concerned.
Okay.
You have more?
Yeah, a little bit more. So this is consistent with the federal government where
He's over
they're having permitting reform for energy projects. They're doing Clean Water Act modernization. The Water Resources and Environment Subcommittee of the House T&I Committee just held a hearing about that. All of it pertaining to trying to expedite permitting in progressing projects. And similarly, Governor Newsom's executive order is attempting to do the same thing to speed up construction, get through the California Environmental Quality Act as quickly as possible, dealing with judicial reviews, lawsuits, and those sort of things, all in the intent to maximize federal dollars for climate projects and cut pollution. So he issued this executive order. Part of it, too, establishes a strike team, and that strike team will identify projects to which to focus streamlining efforts on, and do a number of different things, supporting coordination between federal, state, tribal, local governments, prioritizing complementary investments, and sharing challenges and best practices across agencies, and identifying opportunities for improvement. Next slide, please. Oh, yes, Mr. Ketchum. Yeah, you bet.
I got to pay attention. Member Countryman?
The recent Supreme Court finding on the Clean Water Act, do we have any idea how that's going to impact us or our projects? I wonder if we could ask the Corps maybe to come in at a future board meeting and let us know how that would impact our projects or our studies.
Happy to request the Corps to come in and do that. Thank you.
Are you nearly done?
Jane, sorry, yeah.
I am
Member
done.
Bosler?
Yeah, no, I want to commend the governor for his package that he put out. I think it's really good. I really would like us, as a permitting agency, as part of the tape that needs to be, streamlined, to be actively engaged with the Department of Water Resources and with all of the other permitting agencies around really how we can expedite. I know I was talking with our executive officer before this meeting just about how buried we are in work. So we really need to think more about how we can bucket and streamline and move things along. I mean, the imperative is clear, right? Like we need to keep moving forward on the projects to protect people and property. And, I just think that there's a lot that can be done to help streamline. I've heard stories already about really progressive ecosystem restoration, components of projects that are, still mired down permits and different components that we can do better. We can do better. So I'm just, excited about our opportunities. I'm happy to support in any way board staff in those conversations. Yeah, so.
Well said. Thank you. Member Johnson? Are you nodding, or did you want to speak?
Yeah, the nodding doesn't show up very well in the transcript. Let the transcript show that I was not also nodding, and also Chris, prepared to be a board member assigned to working on these issues and helping us figure out how to increase the pace and scale of what we're doing.
Yes. Okay. You're past your 10 minutes, so hurry.
I am done.
You are.
Yeah, if any further questions?
Board members? Questions, input? Member Bosler?
Just to add for maybe next time is, I also noticed the governor announced a major restoration project on the Yuba, and so I just think it's helpful to understand what components of that project are going to be coming before us and how we can be a part of that historic restoration.
At the Daguerre Dam, since it's a dam, and we're not
Moving the dam, though.
removing the dam and doing a side channel.
They're gonna be doing-
We'll see.
yeah.
Yeah, and we'll do it expeditiously. Okay.
Would you like to do as part of coordinating committee item to get more detail? Is that be, okay, thank you.
Anyone in the audience who wanted to ask a question or comment on the legislative report? I see no hands raised, no cards. Anyone online popping up?
No, no one online.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
That PowerPoint's going to be sent to us, I hope.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. We'll keep going. We're at item 8, which is the number and the time for United States Army Corps of Engineers. These are 2 items, plus I added one from the board. They are all for information, not action today. The first one is the inspection report of the Deer Creek right and left bank system. That's in Tehama County. The second is information regarding Public Law 8499 covering eligibility. And then following that will be our enforcement staff, which was item 10C, is now going to pop up as 8C, speaking to how our staff does proceed with enforcement of certain items. I put them together because levy inspection usually bring that up. Mr. Mao is going to introduce this item of our staff. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, President Dolan, Vice President Valines, and members of the board. My name is Eric Mao, and I'd like to introduce Mr. Juan Gonzalez from the United States Army Corps of Engineers, or USACE. Juan's the inspection chief at USACE's Sacramento district, and he'll give a presentation regarding his team's inspection finding of the Deer Creek right and left bank levee systems, comprised of 4 levee systems. The board formally submitted this letter of intent, or LOI, to the Army Corps in December 19, 2022. And this LOI is in queue for review, for a first review at the Corps. After the Army Corps' presentation, I will provide board staff's analysis regarding this inspection. And after my presentation, if there are any additional questions from the board, the local maintaining agency, Mr. Justin Jensen, who is the Deputy Director of Public Works at Tehama County, he is present virtually. With that, I'll turn it over to Juan for his presentation.
Thank you, Eric.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, President Dolan, members of the board. Appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you again. As Eric mentioned, I'm here to present, so this is a one presentation on 4 levee systems on the Deer Creek channel. And then just to touch on the letter of intent that Eric mentioned, currently that letter of intent is at our South Pacific Division, awaiting to be processed there before it moves over to USACE headquarters for approval. That was, that's as of May 11th, so that's when it went to South Pacific Division.
Progress.
So this map shows the 4 systems. Each color represents a system. On the following slides, I'm going to talk through them in the order that it shows it on the legend on the left-hand side. So it's going to be the Unit 1 East levee left bank system first, and then the purple Unit 2 right bank, green Unit 1 West left bank, and then the red Unit 3 right bank. A couple things to point out here, that red system there, Unit 3 right bank, we were not able to inspect it. We had access issues with the adjacent property owner, attempted to get out there several times and just was not successful. And then the other thing I wanted to point out here is that you can see that these lines are not continuous. They're not touching each other. They are separate systems. At the ends of each of these systems, they are tying into high ground, and so that's important as you start to look at pictures. It's going to, in some pictures, it looks like there's almost no levee or a very short levee, and it speaks to, we're getting to areas where it's almost touching the high ground. We inspected 5.65 miles. The levee that we were not able to inspect was about half a mile. This is in Tehama County, California, so about 20 miles north of Chico.
And 1 mile east of the Vina Monastery and the river.
This first system, this is the left bank, Unit 1 East. As I mentioned earlier, there's currently not an approved LOI, so we're seeing an inactive status on this with the red and yellow colors. There's unacceptable red items that were observed under encroachments as well as erosion and bank caving. Sorry, trying to get through this.
Are you waiting for the PowerPoint to move along?
Yeah, sorry, I'm having button issues here. Deer Creek, left bank, Unit 1 West. Sorry. Skipped a slide here. I think I'm pushing buttons too.
While you do that, and this is President, I'm going to say, it always indicates SWIFT LOI, yes or no, and it says no. Is there any way to add submitted?
We can do that, yes. That'd be a good add.
It looks like they're not just sitting there, not thinking of
Appreciate
doing
that.
something. Okay, thank you.
We will do that. Thank you for that. And then this is the Dry Creek Right Bank Unit 2. So we're seeing that red, unacceptable, likely prevents performance on encroachments. And then this is the Deer Creek Left Bank Unit 1 West. And so again, we're seeing unacceptable, likely prevent performance in the encroachments as well as the erosion, bank caving categories. And then this is the one that was unable to inspect. So we weren't able to verify any information. So at the current state, we're just showing it as unacceptable red.
That Deer Creek Right Bank Unit 3, the one that you have no,
That's right, thank you. Unit 3, right bank,
no inspection.
no inspection, no access.
These levees are not along a road. It's required to go through a private agricultural property. I will tell you that I know the owner and why it's challenging, actually not possible. Which is too bad.
And I'll just, side note here is,
How do we not have a right of way?
yeah, okay.
I'm, for our recording, I don't want to go through. I don't want to say. The landowner says no.
Later.
And there is no public right of way. The landowner just says no. Why do we not have a right-of-way? When was the levee constructed?
Yeah, this is probably a 1950s levee. And as part of the agreement to construct it, there was an agreement for the board, the reclamation district, or reclamation board at the time to acquire easements. So I don't know if that was part of the access easements, but.
I have to go back to those records of, it's, okay, you got some photos.
Photographs here. So I spoke to, levees tying into high ground. That's evident here in photo 1, very short levee. What we're looking at here is actually a levee is the right-hand side, what looks like an access road. It's very short, probably a foot or shorter. We've got this encroachment, concrete line ditch that's right up against it on the land side. And that concrete lining is deteriorated and it's starting to eat into the levee itself. Photo 2, similar situation, it's taller levee. We've got erosion cutting about 3 feet into that levee and just the loss of material there. So the Unit 1 is the first photo. Unit 1B, which is, photos 1 and 4 are the first system that I presented on, so Unit 1 East, and then photos 2 and 3 are Unit 1 West, so left bank. So actually, they're both left bank. All 4 of them are left bank. Photo 3 here, we've got actually 2 48-inch pipes. They do have flap gates, so they have waterside closure. However, when the pipe inspections were completed, they identified some significant issues with the pipes themselves. And so this was identified as an issue on USIP. There is also no permit. And then photo 4, I think that's pretty self-explanatory. This is the waterside broken flap gate. If there's any questions, I'm happy to take questions.
Board members have questions? You may know why I moved our enforcement program up to be part of this, so. Okay. Anyone in the audience want to talk about this? Anyone online?
No one.
Pictures are always remarkable. Thank you for that. I guess I do have a question. Isn't there an approved restoration project under design and underway at this point? I kept hearing about a restoration project along Deer Creek near 99E. We might want to investigate that because I think it includes a setback. Unless it's something that was proposed that is still in the works. Paul Bruner would be a contact. The Vina Conservancy would be a contact. I just didn't do that homework because I'm up to my eyebrows and other things. But I think there is either contemplation, if not something under design, which might help.
Thank you. Eric Mao, board staff. That's a good question, President Dolan. Neither I or Juan is familiar with this restoration project, but that's something
That's for the future.
we can look into, definitely.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Again, I'm Eric Mao, board staff, and I will be sharing some findings based on the inspection information provided by USACE. First here is a vicinity map of the levee location. This is just, you can see that it's about 15 miles northwest from the city of Chico, primarily in the town of Vina.
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 That's okay.
Thank you. Town of Vina.
Yes, all 52 people.
Very important people.
And 14 monks.
This levee system is in Tehama County, and it's a total of 6.15 miles. The Army Corps report card rated these systems as inactive under PL 8499. Most of these categories have received an acceptable or minimally acceptable rating. But the ones that are unacceptable are encroachments, erosion, bank caving. Those received an, jumped ahead a little bit. This system, as we mentioned, has submitted an LOI. We're actually very thankful for Tehama County. They're not a large county or agency, but they have submitted an LOI for both the Deer and the Elder Creek levee systems. So they're very aware of that, and also of FMAP and all the programs that offers resources to improve maintenance and operation. So here in this slide, it's just we have different color codings. We're using the top one because this system has not have an approved LOI yet, so we use the U red and the M yellow ratings. And here's the report card, similar to Juan's presentation. I will speak a little bit on some of the items that he's shown in his picture. Again, just if folks recall, there was the picture number 3, two 48 CMP, 48-inch CMP through levee pipes. There were flap gates present. There was a video inspection 2019, and there were unfortunately a lot of structural issues found. There was a PACP likelihood of failure grade of 5, which is more on the serious. It's on the serious end, 1 being on the low end, and it also does not have a permit. We do have DSIDs for those pipes. And then the fourth picture is it's in much better shape. It's a 2 feet diameter culvert through the levee, concrete head wall at the levee toe. There was also a video inspection, and the likelihood of failure was 1. So in much better shape, and it was also found in as-builts. Okay, sorry for that digression. Moving on.
Wait,
Yes.
Member Countryman.
You have two 48-inch pipes that are unpermitted,
Correct.
but they were inspected?
Yes, so I believe the DWR's deferred maintenance program came out to inspect a lot of these pipes and did a evaluation as part of their program.
So they don't address if they're permitted or not. I mean, there seems to be a disconnect there. It's not permitted, but we're inspecting it. I don't understand that.
I'll have to get more information on that. I'm not as clear on that. We do know that they were not able to find any O&Ms found these pipes in the O&M manual, and that they did not have a permit based on their desktop research. We actually did look closer into that, and that is what we found. But
thank you, Eric.
Well, one of the items in the inspection is if there is a permit.
Correct.
So we don't go, no permit, and then leave. Go, no permit, let's figure out what needs to be done here. This is an aged levee system.
Correct. And yes, board staff, Eric Mao, we are in close communications with Mr. Justin Jensen, Tehama County. These reports, when they come to us, we send them right to Tehama County, and we try to rectify, as you know, Annalise will be giving a presentation later on how we prioritize and how we handle those. But definitely, when we come before the board, we try to do our research on these items to see if we can confirm, just to make sure and do our due diligence to make sure what's actually in the reports is reflected of what's out there and what we're trying to do to have a plan for them. Okay, continuing on. So this is the Unit 1 East left bank. This is the Deer Creek Unit 2 right bank. Encroachments being the only unacceptable item here. Third levee system, this is the Unit 1 West left bank. Unacceptables in encroachment and erosion and bank caving. And then the last system, which the Corps was unable to inspect. I will give some additional information. So as Juan mentioned, Corps staff, they were unable to inspect this Deer Creek Unit 3 right bank levee system, both in 2021 and also in 2011 for the periodic inspection. Board staff did facilitate a California Highway Patrol escort on June 30th, 2021 to be with core staff to inspect this system and the one adjacent to it. Unfortunately, they were unable to due to the landowners. This is an issue that we are aware of. Again, this levee system is 0.5 miles long, and Tehama County is aware, and we are trying to see what we can do, but that's an area that we can try to work out. Lastly, I will show a comparison report card, which shows the ratings of various categories from the first inspection 2011 to the most recent in 2021. As you can see, there has been improvements, in animal control, vegetation, growth, sod cover, settlement, and others. So with that, I'd like to open it up to questions. We'd like to thank Justin Jensen for being present today. He is the Deputy Director of Public Works at Tehama County, and he can maybe speak more to the operation and maintenance of these levee systems. Thank you.
I would like to ask if Mr. Jensen would like to speak at this point, and then I'll take board and then audience. I think I'm going to ask that we not talk about the landowner that denies access. Mr. Jensen, are you with us? You can unmute. Happy to have you online.
Thank you. And yes, I am with you. Hopefully you all can hear me well.
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Excellent. So yes, the primary issues, the 4 issues that were shown there in photos, the 2 48-inch pipes appear to be of a significant age, and it's difficult to determine when they were put in or if there were ever permits pulled for them. However, that being said, what we are doing for right now is keeping a very close eye on them. We haven't seen breakthrough during this last high water or any issues associated with significant soil movement in that area, and the flat gates are functional, which seems to be assisting with that for the short term. And the long-term duration is we're going to have to work with DWR to see if we can still get these pipes into the DM program. We've had several slipline pipes in that program already to date, and they've been very helpful. So hopefully we can work towards that end, which would be the biggest benefit to everyone. As far as the flat gate replacement goes, these get handled through FMAP. DWR funds are a lot of our routine maintenance. We're a really small agency and have low funding levels, but that assistance will allow us to make that replacement happen. The channel is owned by an irrigation district, which we have contacted and are requesting that they do a lining repair in that area. Hopefully we can work with them to get that resolved. And we are also working through FSRP funding to get some work done on our patrol roads. And that would also include in those areas while we're out there doing some work in those minor erosion areas that you saw in those photos, replacing some soil and capping gravel. So one thing I would just like to highlight is I at least hope that everybody sees that we have concentrated on continuous improvement. We're a really small agency, 2 staff full-time with some operations staff that assists us with the routine maintenance that is taken part-time from our general public works staff. And up until very recently, we have been extremely short-staffed in that realm. But I'm happy to report that we are now fully staffed, and this summer should see an improvement in our overall ability to do maintenance on the levee systems.
Mr. Jensen, your county is a neighbor of my county of Butte, and I'm aware of your staffing challenges, but I'm also aware of how hard you all work to deal with the issues, and that you came today, even though virtual. It's a long drive for you, so we're happy to have you virtual to explain how it is you're handling these issues is sincerely appreciated. You're not ignoring. I knew that, so I'm glad you actually said that. Any questions from the board for Mr. Mao? Mr. Gonzalez or Mr. Jensen? Member Bosler, first. Oh, Member Countryman, always first.
Pause. I can't help
apologize.
myself.
Member Countryman.
No excuses.
Please let me just say that Member Ramirez was able to personally arrive, but I don't exactly know what time, but he's here, and thank you. Member Countryman.
Eric, if I understood the presentation, we weren't able to inspect that half mile because the landowners wouldn't allow access. Is that correct?
That is correct. Eric Mao, board staff, that is correct.
Does the board have right-of-way for that area?
Eric Mao, board staff, we've looked into it. It's a little complicated, but we'll look into it more, but it's a little complicated.
We don't know.
We don't know.
Okay.
It's being looked into, yeah. It is. It would be good not to have
Yeah, we don't want.
more of a discussion here. I can tell you offline. Member Bosler.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo your comments to the agency, from the county, just because that was one thing when I reviewed the board packet, I noticed that even though there's obviously significant deferred maintenance, they are continuing to make progress on some of the issues that have been identified, I guess, over 10 years ago now. So appreciate all of that hard work under limited circumstances, and happy to help, at the board level, that however we can, to support different funding streams that can help this kind of situation.
I do know there have been other reclamation districts and local maintained agencies that have said that the FMAP and the system repair program has been a game changer for smaller communities that do not have a capital improvement fund. Yeah. I don't see any members with their request to speak. Anyone in the audience? Anyone online? No. That was good. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. Thank you, Mr. Mao.
Thank you, everyone.
We're almost on my prediction. We'll go to item 8B. Jonathan, I understand online, is that right? Is it Yao? Jonathan Yao, the Army Corps of Engineers, is going to give us information regarding eligibility in the PL 8499 rehabilitation program. Mr. Yao, you can unmute yourself and welcome. Do you see him online?
Yeah, he's on.
Oh, there's his name on your screen, not mine. Okay. We're ready for you.
Okay. Good morning. Apologies. I think it was trying to connect me as a panelist, so there was a little bit of a delay there. So good morning, President Dolan and board members. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Jonathan Yao. I'm the Emergency Management and Readiness Branch Chief at U.S. Army Corps of Engineers Sacramento District. I am here today to talk about our PL 8499 rehab program specifically. Our PL 8499 rehab program manager position is currently vacant, and we're actively working on staffing this vacancy. Next slide, please. So just to kind of reiterate, our past discussions on PL 8499 authorities, this includes these 6 program activities, but today we'll be focusing on rehabilitation. Next slide, please. So again, you've seen this slide before. This is mostly for your reference after our discussion. One thing I want to highlight in regards to our policy and regulation is that, as you saw in Mr. Gonzalez and Mr. Mao's briefings, there are many considerations that contribute to unacceptable ratings of a levy system. After a system is deemed ineligible, the system has an opportunity to be covered under interim eligibility under the rehab program if they undergo a two-phase process. And, the first step would be to submit a letter of intent, and that which is followed up by a SWIFT plan. That's a system-wide improvement framework plan. Once the Corps of Engineers approves the LOI, the system will retain their interim eligibility. The next thing to note is that once SWIFT is developed and Corps of Engineers has accepted, and as long as the local sponsor is making progress on implementing SWIFT milestones, they will still be eligible under our rehab program. The bottom line is the goal of the SWIFT and LOI program is to really provide eligibility while sponsors implement major improvements to address their levy deficiencies. So I'll take a quick moment to discuss our current outlook in response to the letter that President Dolan that you had signed addressed to Colonel Caldwell regarding the 15 LOIs being included under our current policy. So I do want to note that at this time, we are still reviewing and discussing the potential for any kind of exceptions to policy. But however, at this time, we still need to adhere to our current policy. So if an LOI has not been approved, the system will not be eligible under the rehab program. However, if the letter of intent has been approved and the system is meeting their milestones, the system will be eligible, even if the Corps of Engineers is delinquent on our activities. So again, with that said, though, we are still seeking options for some sort of exception to policy, and that is still under discussion.
Mr. Yao, I don't mean to be impertinent, but a letter of intent was written by local districts, approved by this board, sent to the Sacramento office, sent on to the South Pacific office, and now at headquarters, and won't be approved until that's signed. So there's been a lot of effort at the local and state level for these to move forward. Our letter was, if there's any way that headquarters checkoff could be expedited rather than an overhaul of your policy. I think it's the speed of approval that is our concern.
Understood, ma'am, and yeah, fully. I can fully empathize with the speed of our processes at this point. Our current status is that we have out of those 15 letters of intent, we have fully completed 2 of them. There's currently 3 at headquarters, another 4 at our division, and then another 6 that's currently at our district undergoing review.
Thank you for that. Perhaps some of the feedback that we could receive is any suggestions for us to improve how it's developed and written to make the review easier rather than trying to wait for you to revise what the letter of intent might be. If we could have suggestions for how we could do that before we approve, that might help. Just an idea.
Yes, ma'am. I can provide some additional guidance that we've been working out with our division. Some essentially like a checklist of things to look out for in the letter of intent. So I can perhaps provide that guidance, and we can speed up the initial review.
Okay. Thank you. Is that your presentation, or do you have more?
I have more, ma'am. I just wanted to, next slide, please.
Okay. A flow chart. We love these.
Yes, ma'am. So this is essentially our process post flood, and so perhaps this may be a little hard for you to see, But hopefully, once you, if you have the slides, maybe you can print it out. But essentially, after a flood happens and a system receives some sort of damage, we open up the Corps of Engineers rehab program, um, and we open up for requests for rehab assistance. So after we open up this program, sponsors will have about 30 days to submit requests for repairs, essentially. And then once we receive these requests, we go out and conduct our initial inspections and verify whether a system is eligible under our rehab program. Once they are deemed eligible, then we generate, cooperation agreements, and then, conduct, designs and execute the construction. That's basically the gist of the this process flow chart.
You did a very nice job succinctly describing what is a multi-square flow chart. So thank you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. And here, this is just additional information for your reference that I had covered back in February as well. This is just additional information on what happens after a request is received. We seek funds for the repair, and we conduct further analysis into it. Next slide, please. And so on this slide, this is what I really wanted to cover as well. So the next steps here is that we will be opening our rehab program for the 2023 winter storms within the next 2 weeks. And so right now the strategy is to open up the rehab program in 2 phases based on our current conditions. We'll be opening up the Sacramento River Basin first, and then when the water levels recede to bank full for the San Joaquin River and Delta regions, we will be opening up the rehab program for those regions after that happens.
Questions, board members? Nope. We're anxious. Oh, Mr. Countryman, do you have a question now?
Yes, sir. My question on the LOI, is there any thought of the headquarters delegating, say, the division approval of those? It seems like they're very cut and dried. It's hard to understand why Washington needs to approve these. Has anyone suggested they delegate that to the division?
Well, you just.
Not at this time.
There's a suggestion. In your review, maybe think of that.
I will present that to our district commander and see if there's anything we can provide to headquarters. Thank you for that suggestion.
And thank you, Mr. Yao. Member Grego?
Yeah, it just, is the mic on? Thank you for the presentation. You know, it just seems to me, and I appreciate, the explanation, but I think that this board, based on our discussions in past, is that we're trying to find a way to shorten the timeline for these folks, especially the rural county areas that seem to have limited funds and staff and the expertise to get through this process. They're always behind in regards to moving forward on protection of their levees. And this process of the PL 8499 creates the barrier. We've got to figure out a way. I like Joe's, example of maybe going to division instead of going through the process they have laid out. But I would just want to make note that rural counties are taking the heat because of this process. Thank you.
Well said. Member Ramirez.
I have a question that's related to Joe's as well. I'm just wondering if we know what percentage of the program is from California versus other parts of the country. Do we know if it's half? Are we 95% of the total?
I don't have a percentage on hand, but we definitely have the lion's share in California.
That does not surprise me, which, if that's the case and we can get a report back, maybe there's a way that we could suggest a different path, a shorter path. If it's really just coming from one state, maybe there's a way to have it delegated or to have it be streamlined so we could get a quicker response. Or, as we requested, if the program could be changed so when it's submitted, it's considered to be approved while we're waiting. But if it's really just affecting California, I'm maybe more optimistic that there would be another way forward. So if we could have some kind of response from that, and then we could talk about it again when we're ready, that'd be great.
So noted, and we'll try to do that. I'm glad that this conversation has been started and active. Member Countryman?
I wonder if the board wrote a request and sent it to the Corps that they delegate the authority for approval of the LOIs to at least get something in the chain that the Corps would have to respond to it from headquarters, because it's like it's like an aircraft carrier. The Corps turns very slowly. It's powerful, but it doesn't turn quickly. So if we can get something in the chain to at least, get a response from it.
I think that staff would be happy to receive this delegation to prepare a second letter with these suggestions that have been brought forward today. And we'll get that off expeditiously. We should prove ourselves to be quick if we want others to be quick. We have a recording and notes from this meeting, so that will be the letter. The first one was, please move them along. This one will be ways we can cooperate. Make the submittal better. Delegate. Okay. Mr. Yao, I really appreciate that you, for the board, that you have brought this item forward for information, conversation, and your willingness to say, I'll move along our suggestions.
Absolutely. Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, board members, for this opportunity to have this discussion.
Member Grego?
Yeah, I just want to say that I'm not going to lay this all on the Corps, but I'm also going to suggest that when we look at our permitting, is that, we've all noticed that the pipes are generally the issue of these levees. I'm not going to say all of them, but I would say a great majority of them. And it's hard to move private utilities to do anything, They've got a shortage of staff, just like everybody, or resources to get these pipes fixed. But through our permitting process, have we looked at maybe trying to find a mechanism or tool in order to make them accountable to a timeline so that these levy districts are not penalized from this program, the PL 8499. And so just some thoughts about that, of how do we create a mechanism to hold the private utility companies accountable when their pipes are no longer in good repair, instead of laying it out on the levy districts, especially the small rural community levy districts. So thank you for listening.
Well, I think that's on us. So let's do it. Let's figure it out. We'll toss in stop signs, too, that seem to be an encroachment issue not authorized. All right, any other, I don't see any other board members. Thank you for that. Audience? Online?
We have Mr. Fernando Gonzalez online.
Mr. Gonzalez, you can unmute yourself. This is regarding PL 8499 rehabilitation. And good morning. Does he need to be added as a panelist to talk, or can he just unmute?
No, he should be able to talk now. I think we're,
Mr. Gonzalez? Did the hand go down? Okay, yeah, I can't wait. We'll get to at the point you raise your hand again. We're going to move on to item 10C. This is the relocated item. It is information regarding our flood board's staff's work on encroachment enforcement. So apparently, Mr. Wright wishes to introduce that. That would be appropriate, so please do.
All right, good morning, President Dolan, members of the board, Michael Wright, Chief Engineer. I do have some slides to show that I wanted to go over. But I had some things to say on my first intro slide, so I can go through those while it's, okay, great, thank you. Item 10C, briefing on the board's enforcement program. And over the past few months, we've received numerous presentations by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers on their inspection results of the state plan of flood control levees. These inspection results determine levee systems eligibility in the Corps' PL 8499 rehabilitation program. We've just basically discussed that. The Corps' inspections of state plan of flood control levees, started before my time at the board, but around 2010 or 2011, they really ramped it up, and it became more of a solid program to where they were inspecting the whole levee system, 1,600 miles of levees, I think every 10 years, 5 years, 10 years, so 20% every year. And actually from 2011, when they really ramped up until now, over 85% of our levee systems, which cover about 95%, a little over 95% of the total miles of levees of state plan of flood control, have at one time been deemed inactive for PL 8499 due to the unacceptable observations in the Corps' inspections. And during the recent Corps inspections, various questions come up from the board members and the public around, the subject of who's responsible for these various things that show up. And hopefully through our presentation today, we'll be able to answer some of those questions and give the board a better idea of who is actually responsible, as well as an overview of our enforcement program, our authorities, our jurisdiction, as well as what we've referred to as our local maintaining agency assistance program, where we are working with the LMAs, working on the LOIs and the SWIFTs so that they can become eligible for PL 8499. So today's briefing is intended to provide the board a better understanding of the work of the enforcement team. They do a lot of great work. The board doesn't see it all because a lot of it is resolved prior to needing board involvement.
Mr. Wright, thank you for bringing this forward, because we do hear the inspections, and the report cards and the photos just seem really dramatic, and we have been left before with, well, what happens? And clearly, our staff doesn't just sit there and absorb the photos.
Right.
And the LOI process is something that this board championed, and I want to say that. And it is to move things forward. It was all part of what former President Bill Edgar always said: we need to take care of what we have, and to move forward with that. And certainly funding programs for system repair and maintenance assistance have been, as the local agencies say, game changers. But our staff is on it. They're on it. They just bring the real bad ones here. So
That is true.
I don't want to give the rest of board staff's report, so go ahead and introduce your chief.
All right, I have a few more slides left still, if that's all right.
Maybe.
Okay.
You have 2 minutes.
Oh, man.
You're the
Okay,
one that said you wanted to
I
go
will
back.
speed it up.
You told me the meeting would be over at 1:15, so cooperate.
I think I said 2:30, but we don't have to argue about that. All right,
won't
so there's a lot of various unacceptable observations that come through our enforcement staff. Through the Corps' inspections, we know there's approximately 26,000 unacceptable observations, and those include encroachments as well as maintenance deficiencies, standard maintenance deficiencies that the Corps notices. We also know that there's approximately 7,000 pipes in the 1,600 miles of state plan of flood control levees through DWR's utility crossing inspection program. And just if you did the math, 7,000 pipes over the 1,600 miles, that's a little over 4 pipes per mile, or a pipe about every quarter mile. And obviously, they're not spaced that way, but just to give a perspective, it's a lot. As of April of this year, staff identified 376 urgent pipes from DWR's USIP program. Angeles will talk more about those later. And just kind of some metrics, board staff's able to address about 3 to 5 of these priority pipes per year, as well as close around 25 enforcement cases every year. And that's with our current staff of 5 enforcement staff and 1 supervising engineer.
Board members are popping up. Member Bosler, and then Member Countryman, Member Bosler.
Yeah, no, I think the pipes really came out to me in this report as something we could tackle kind of in its own silo. But I'm wondering how much of them, how many, like, do you have any sense of these pipes that are causing problems or really compromising the flood system? How many of them have responsible parties, and how many of them are abandoned and there is no responsible party to be identified?
I don't have that information on me. I believe the USIP program would have that info that we could look up, possibly. We'll look into it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not really looking for a comprehensive, because I assume that there isn't that necessarily, but I'm just wondering, like, are the predominantly, like, they're not anybody's pipes, they're like not PG&E's pipes, and they're not, you know, or are they, do we have responsible parties in some cases?
Some cases we do. The pipes are across the board. They could be drainage pipes for the system. They could be irrigation pipes for farming practices. They could be PG&E pipes, AT&T conduits, right? It's basically any sort of pipe that goes through the levee.
Noted. Don't guess. At some point, we'll get that. Member Countryman?
With the wording here, staff addresses 3 to 5 per year. That seems ridiculously low, and what does address mean?
Resolve.
I believe Angeles will get into that a little bit later, but, you know, looking at the pipe, whatever condition it's in, maybe it needs to be repaired or replaced so that it is up to the requirements of both the Corps and the board.
It won't be a little bit later, it'll be a little bit,
In a little bit.
as Caliso will come forward.
But maybe my thinking's wrong on this, but the local maintaining agency is responsible. Why don't we just immediately turn these letters around to the local districts and say, fix the pipe?
The LMAs are
Or
responsible.
do 3 to 5 per year.
The LMAs are responsible for system features, drain pipes. They're part of the O&M manual, part of the as-bills, but they're not responsible for encroachments. That's the board. So any permitted, unpermitted encroachment that is, you know, like a irrigation pipe or a utility pipe, that's the board's responsibility to use our enforcement process or permitting process.
Well, we enforce, but whoever is responsible for the encroachment must fix.
Right, and it's not always the LMA, right? It's some other private entity.
So that would be an unpermitted pipe you're talking about. Because if it's permitted, the permit itself should address who's responsible to fix it, right?
Right.
Yes.
There's permitted and unpermitted, for sure, yes. And we do look at the permits. to
So
determine.
these 3 to 5, are these just the unpermitted ones? I mean, if it's permitted, why isn't it immediately sent to the permittee to fix it?
Let's ask our let's ask Ms. Calisto to describe the process of encroachment enforcement.
Okay.
That will help answer
Be
your question.
Okay. I'm almost done, I promise. All right, I just wanted to show an example of why we prioritize pipes. This is a picture, and not to worry anybody, this was addressed in 2013. But this is an example of a pressurized pipe, I believe it was for irrigation. When it failed and nobody noticed, it pretty much devastated the land side of the levee. This is the reason why we prioritize pipes above most other encroachments. We went over LOI SWIFT previously. I want to show a couple charts. This is currently where we're at as far as PL 8499 eligibility. The bar in the middle shows our miles of levees. We're just over 50% of our miles are within systems that are active in PL 8499. Being active in PL 8499 is great. It reduces state and local liability. If there is a flood and there's damage occurs, the Corps may come in and repair that damage. But a small point I wanted to make here is that it doesn't actually reduce the risk of those people and the property behind those levees because a plan is approved. It's a plan until it's implemented. And part of implementation of that plan is the board's role in addressing the encroachments. So we play a big role in helping the LMAs reach compliance with the LOIs and the SWIFTs that they submit. And this chart shows the recent batch of LOIs that were submitted to the Corps and where we will be once those are approved. So you can see the miles of levees, jumps up to almost 70%, of our miles would be active for PL 8499 rehabilitation assistance. So there's, my understanding, 14 additional LOIs have been submitted. It sounds like right now the Corps is not considering those approved because they've been submitted but not actually approved. Covers 21 systems and 301 miles of state plan of flood control levees.
We could bump that up to 30, 35. I appreciate these charts. They show the levee miles, which is needs some more work. But when it shows 77% of the population protected, that's a much better number than the percent of just the miles. So that's helpful. And I want to point out, we have been advocating as a board at every place that we can, so I'm going to choose to do it again. When we are able to assist local maintaining agencies to be eligible in PL 8499 programs so that they can achieve federal assistance, that is our leverage and our ability to bring federal dollars into California to do repairs and enhancement to these systems. So the more that we can do and the minor resources that we need to improve our staff capability, we can bring substantial federal dollars into improving the system. I'm going to put that in a letter and send it to the legislature. Okay, here comes the star.
Thank you.
Mr. Wright.
I would like to introduce Angeles Calisto, our chief of our enforcement section. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning. Morning, President Dolan, members of the board, Angeles Calisto, Board Enforcement Section Chief. Thank you, Mr. Wright, for the introduction and the quick overview to the board. And appreciate the opportunity to address you this morning, very timely. And I know it's been a while since you've heard from me for a bit, so hopefully I do have a lengthy presentation, but I hope that it'll be fruitful and valuable to the board. Feel free to jump in and ask questions during the presentation as well. I hope that it would be interactive. Oh, jumped a few slides there. Give me a second. Go back. Okay, so who are we? So this is the Enforcement Section Chief, led by myself, supported by 5 full-time water resources engineers that are listed there. We currently do have 1 vacancy for that position as an engineer. And we are supported by Mr. Peter Thyber, who is with the Department of Water Resources. He serves as counsel for enforcement-related matters. He is currently in that role temporarily while the board backfills the position for Ms. Backus when she departed and left state service. So,
may I interrupt? I think I see them all. Could they stand?
Yes, they are actually present in the audience, yes.
That. And say who you are. Eric Mal? Zubair Dosu? David Maislian? Hello, everyone. I'm Jenny Tu. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your work. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for that. So I'll go on into what do we do? So the board's enforcement section is responsible for carrying out the board's duty that is, and the authority that is granted under the California Water Code sections 8700 through 8709, which essentially makes it unlawful for any person or public agency to interfere with, obstruct the performance and the maintenance or operation or otherwise take any actions that would be adversely affect the facilities, the state plan of flood control, the designated floodways, the regulated streams that are regulated by the board. So with this, the section carries out the duties by taking administrative and civil actions that abate and remedy the issue that are in violation of the board standards. Working with our partners and levee maintainers, operators of the system, the board remains as the only regulatory body for addressing non-compliant encroachments within the state plan of flood control levees. This section also serves as the lead of contact, but also leads the coordination with our federal partners, the Army Corps of Engineers, with regards to the Public Law 8499 eligibility and rehabilitation efforts. I will cover a little bit of this, a little bit more in my presentation as well. So over the last year, the section was successful in getting some approval from the Department of Finance for additional funding. That this would grant 3 full-time water resources engineers that would come onto the section. And we anticipate that this funding would be approved when the final budget is approved. So we are very excited about that additional support that will be coming our way. And the team will specifically be focusing on the system-wide improvement framework documents, the letters of intent that we've been hearing a lot about this morning, but also furthering and supporting the local maintaining agencies in addressing many of the issues that are flagged or identified by the Corps inspections. So there on the screen, you just kind of see a few other projects that the section also leads in addition to the regular duties of enforcement. Some special projects that included a resource agreement that you may have heard about a little while ago in Reclamation District 1500, and that was regarding some encampment issues out there on the waterside berm. That project was completed, and the encampments were relocated outside of the project footprint. The second one was a no digging signs. This was intended to be an public awareness campaign. It's a pilot study that is still in development, and that was being done in collaboration with the American River Flood Control District.
I'm not familiar with that campaign. Can you just, what is it doing exactly?
I'm sorry, maybe I shouldn't have said campaign, but it was an effort, it's a pilot study that staff began recognizing that a couple years ago, I think what began to happen is there was a lot of the unhoused community was tending to live or house within the levees, and so what was occurring oftentimes is digging onto the levees, damaging the levee, removing some of the stability. Oftentimes the campsites would obscure the local maintaining agency's ability to inspect and see the damage. And so what that began is essentially the staff began sort of talking to some of the districts that encounter or are experiencing some of those, have more of those levees that experience some of those higher populations, and trying to see if maybe it would help bring some awareness to the public, simply just to alert them that you're coming into the levee, because there seems to be a lack of awareness of what a levee is, even though we are surrounded by levees in the Sacramento district. So that's the intent behind this program. I hope that answers your question, Ms. Bossler. Yes. Okay. So the image there before you is what you typically would what we typically see as a typical right-of-way for a state plan of flood control levees. This would represent sort of like the Sacramento River that is bounded by 2 federal levees on each side of the channel. In this situation, the board's jurisdiction and kind of where we typically enforce would extend 10 feet landward of each of those federal levees and within the banks. However, it is important to note that the board's jurisdiction is much broader and broader than that. The board's jurisdiction, according to Title 23, as defined there in Section 2B, does state that the board's jurisdiction covers the entire Central Valley, that including all tributaries and distributaries of the Sacramento and the San Joaquin rivers and the Tulare and Buena Vista basins. So very extensive. For purposes of the enforcement and the permitting, the staff focuses on encroachments that are where there is an adopted plan of flood control. So that would include a state plan of flood control levees and facilities, regulated streams, designated floodways, and where the board holds right away. Okay. So this is our process. So the board's enforcement process is intended to increase the level of enforcement until compliance is reached. This always aims at providing the lowest or exercising the lowest level of effort, and it's the least exhaustive on resources both for the board but also for the respondent. The enforcement process is set up in such a way that it allows for due process to the respondents to be able to provide and rebut any of the findings or assessments that are made by staff during enforcement action. The tools that are available by staff are kind of listed there, starting from the top to the bottom. So it first begins with a notice to comply, which is sort of an informal notice that is issued to the landowners, sort of to begin the conversation, talk about what the issues are, how it can be corrected, timelines, et cetera. If that still is not resolved, then it elevates to the next step in the process, which is the first step, first official formal step in the board's enforcement process, and that would be the issuance of a notice of violation. Again, if that still is not resolved, then it gets elevated to a cease and desist order. I think the board has been privy to a few of those actions in the last year or so. And that usually triggers the issuance of a cease and desist order, triggers a meeting, a public meeting, where the board is able to listen to the respondent and also consider the action. If the matter is still not resolved at that point, then it goes to an enforcement hearing. And again, I'm going to cover some of these examples here in the next few slides as well. And that begins with a notice of hearing, and then it's triggered with a full public hearing, evidentiary hearing before the board. At that point, if the process and the issue is still not resolved, the enforcement hearing is the last step in the administrative process that the board has. And then at that point, it begins the civil process, which would include a referral to the Attorney General's office for further action. So this before you is the notice to comply. That is the more common and the very effective tool that was developed in 2018. This is, again, as I stated earlier, it's an informal type of notice that is issued to the respondent. This was developed out of the need and recognizing that we needed a quick way to issue and engage landowners, having standard language out there. Particularly when there is field that is, or field work that's occurring that's unauthorized, that's the best opportunity for us to get out there and sort of correct the issue. And so the notice to comply have proven to be extremely effective and very useful for that regard. We have over 90% compliance rate with those particular, when issuing notice to comply, they're for the most part well received, landowners engage, and we're able to resolve the issue without warranting further action. The next step is the notice of violation, as I stated earlier. And so in the notice of violation, this one is signed by the executive officer, and the notice of violation does have to meet various codes that are, various requirements, that are outlined in California Water Code, Section 8701. That would include the violation, the description, eligibility for potential board permits, and any corrective actions and timelines that must be met. The next one is a cease and desist order. Again, similar to the NOV, some slight changes. This one, again, is if the notice of violation is not resolved. I would like to point out, though, that the board does have the ability to issue a cease and desist order without first issuing a notice of violation. And this can be determined by the executive officer or the board if the determination is made that the corrective action would not be made on a timely fashion, or if the efforts of issuing a notice of violation would be futile. Oh, give me a second. Oh, I skipped that hearing. Okay, so the last one. So the enforcement hearing. So the enforcement hearing is the last step in the board's administrative process. So here, a notice of hearing is issued to the respondent. The notice of hearing does need to include several items, which would include the board packet, staff report, the proposed enforcement order that would be presented to the board or considered by the board. And it schedules the evidentiary hearing. As part of that, the board, during the hearing, the board can adopt, amend, modify that enforcement order, assess penalties, order the lien, abatement, order the abatement or the removal of the facility, recover the cost, and obviously initiate civil action with the referral to the Attorney General's office. So now we'll move on into some program activities and metrics. So beginning in 2013, enforcement section began and established a prioritization strategy that quantify and categorize and prioritize a number of encroachments out there in the system with the goal of addressing the highest risk first. As you heard earlier from Mr. Wright and obviously the presentations, there's a lot of issues out there. And so, we need to be able to do the best that we can with the resources that are available to us. And so with that in mind, prioritizing the facilities and those that are highest risk is the process that we follow. So in this situation, the enforcement staff is following sort of the rank 1 and 2 are those encroachments that fall within the levy prism that pose the highest risk. And so those typically would include leaky pipes that you've heard about discussion this morning, any excavations that are on the levee that undermine the stability of the levee, potential structures that also undermine the structure, the overall structure of the levee, ditches or anything else within the levee section. So those are typically the ranks 1 and 2 encroachments, and those are the ones that the enforcement section prioritizes and takes enforcement action on. So where do inquiries come in? So we do get a varied of inquiries that come in from various different sources. You heard this morning, Army Corps of Engineers obviously are federal partners with their inspections. We do get a lot of inquiries. Our section comes, a lot of inquiries are received from local districts, local LMAs who have attempted to correct the issues themselves. Oftentimes they're unable to resolve the issues, and they do warrant the state to come in and provide them support. We found that in those instances, we've been successful in resolving those issues, thankfully. So sometimes a second notice or an engagement from our office does help alleviate the issue without further action. District engineers, another source that usually sends matters to us representing the local districts. Landowners, the general public, sometimes calls come in to our general hotline, or not hotline, but our general phone line, our desk office line, and they get immediately referred to our office for evaluation and further action. And then obviously inspectors, both internal and with the Department of Water Resources, who also provide some inspection services to the board. Okay. So this is sort of an overview of the section's performance for the last 3.5 years or so since 2020. So you will see there on the first row that the majority of the enforcement cases have begun and have been initiated through the issuance of a notice to comply. The second row there shows the notice of violation, so just a handful of those that get elevated or get issued a notice of violation. And then subsequent to that, you will see that there's 5 cease and desist orders altogether that have been issued. 3 of those were led by Selva Mahan's team in conjunction or in support of the levee improvement projects that are happening along the Sacramento River. The other 2 were matters that were led by the enforcement section team. One of those was an enforcement hearing where the board did assess an administrative penalty of $105,000. The second hearing is a hearing that came to the board with designated an ad hoc committee, and a decision has yet to be made on that matter. So from all the years, you will see that the staff carries roughly 50 to 60 cases at one time that are in different stages of the enforcement process. The second to the last row there, I want to point out, because in addition to the staff carrying through the enforcement cases and the various communications, along with that, we also receive a lot of permitting actions, right, that are required as part of those corrective actions. So there are 2 numbers there on the screen. So one is the permitting request that have been received or filed as a result of an enforcement case. The second one is the number of requests that have been completed by enforcement staff. And so you can see there that roughly about 60 to 80% of those requests that are submitted from an enforcement case are processed by enforcement staff as well. And the reason for that is, again, streamlining some of that review, being able to issue those permits quickly. Enforcement staff is familiar with the case, the specifics, the landowners, the contacts, and so it does allow for a shorter, quick timeline and turnaround and review of those actions as well. And in turn allows us to close the enforcement case quicker too. So The section has remained relatively unimpacted during the pandemic, so you can see it from 2020 to 2023. So, demonstrating the effectiveness and ability to continue addressing non-compliant encroachments in a virtual environment or in a hybrid environment now. During this time, staff closed roughly 20 cases each year, with a slight peak in 2022. And then I also just want to take a moment, actually before that, I want to point out that I skipped my notes here, but the last row that was showing the closed cases, right, which is important. I think that was a question that was asked by Mr. Countryman earlier about, how many pipes or how many issues we're closing here. So typically the way that we've been reporting to the board is in terms of cases, number of enforcement cases. And typically we do an enforcement case that is assigned to a property owner, responsible party. The property owner could have a pretty vast, pretty large property or multiple properties that are within jurisdiction. So sometimes an enforcement case can carry multiple encroachments. And that's really, oftentimes it's not a one-to-one ratio. Oftentimes it's one with a multitude of issues. And I will have some photos that will show some examples of some of the typical enforcement cases that we've had that will showcase some of that difference. We are working in revising our database and our reporting ability so that we are able to, in the future reports, executive officer reports, we can report to you not only in terms of number of cases, but what does that translate in terms of number of encroachments, right? So that you have a better relationship and understanding on how the cases and the effort that staff is doing relates to the number of deficiencies and other issues that get presented to you on a more regular basis by the Army Corps during their inspections program.
Going back to the chart here, so the report was there were 376, I believe, high-priority pipes. And so what you're showing here on this chart, which is in the last 4 years, let's see, that'd be 7, 10, 14 pipes. Are those 14 of the 376?
Sort of, yes, kind of. So I will say, I do have a, part of my presentation will cover more the pipe prioritization program and go on more specifics. So the 376 number is a fluid number, and I want to make that clear, is the 376 number is what the Department of Water Resources Utility Crossing Inspections Program has determined or evaluated during their last inspection. What we have noticed and what seems to have been happening more recently is oftentimes an issue may not have been flagged urgent or with an issue by the USIP group during their inspection. However, it could be that when the farmer or the landowner starts to run their pump to begin their irrigation season, then they start to notice leaks or they begin to notice issues on the facility. And it's at that time that issue, right, gets brought up to us. So we may be working on pipes that may not have been initially part of the high priority program. But again, like I said, they're still pipes. They weren't categorized at that time. And so this is sort of like a moving target. It continues to be a moving target.
So it's different. It's not the same. It might still be 300 and something, but it might be different pipes.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Because what I find alarming here, it could take like 100 years to fix these pipes at the current rate, but maybe, is that wrong thinking, or what?
I think it's faster.
How should I think about that?
It's not 1 year. But
It takes time. It's a costly effort. I mean, the other thing we recognize too is, a lot of these are irrigation facilities that have been in place that have not been repaired for quite some time, or repairs have been done but maybe inadequate. And so it is a costly investment as well for the respondent or the landowner. We also have, flood season that's also a constraint in terms of timing when those repairs can occur. And so that's why sometimes you see the delays in some of these issues getting corrected. So, the issue can be corrected and the authorizations to proceed with the corrections actions can be done before the flood season. But once flood season hits, then oftentimes they have to delay for that work until they have proper clearance or materials are available as well. And that was another issue we experienced during the pandemic that was happening, is the delivery of materials and things there was delay in some of that, and so that delayed a lot of the repairs that were scheduled to happen.
Just, again, you understand so much more about this than I do. I'm just trying to understand it. So in the previous presentation, it said we address 3 to 5 per year
With current staffing.
with the current staff. So if we just look at that, it's like 100 years to get to 376. Am I understanding that correctly or not? I just want to understand it.
Yes, and so I would say that is correct, Mr. Countryman. We recognize that. This is why the section has been trying to focus particularly on pipes and making those a priority. The other thing to this is what the 376 could be a combination of pipes that have been dilapidated, where maybe even the assignment of responsibility hasn't been made yet. So that's another sort of part of the process that the enforcement section looks at, is assigning the responsibility of the facilities to determine the responsible party to take action. The local maintaining agencies, what this is not reflecting, though, is the local maintaining agencies are following through and doing corrective actions on their own, using other fundings to correct issues. So what you see here are strictly private, for the most part, private irrigation pipes.
The ones that we're processing, the 3 to 5 you're talking about?
Yes, correct.
But the 376 was all of them. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay. Is there a way to know of the private ones, what percent or how many of the 376 are those? That might be a more realistic way to look at that, because there's another process to solve the other pipes, but the ones that we're processing, the 3 to 5 are the private ones, is that correct?
3 of the 5 that are corrected, right? So right now, we have about, I believe, and I don't have my numbers, I have to jump ahead of me, my notes here, but we have roughly 27 pipes that are currently under an active enforcement case with the program. So we're looking at 27. So far, we've been able to resolve 2 this year so far. And I will explain maybe a little more what deems an action closed, because it's not just the corrective action of the pipe being repaired, but oftentimes it requires subsequent documentation, right, verification of lab reports, pressure tests, and other information that is necessary, even in a permit application or updating permit records. So once those are all completed, then at that point, enforcement section officially closes the case in the matter, and that's when we report it to you.
Okay, so maybe I should feel a little better. The 3 to 5 is against 27, so that's a much better percentage than against 376. So it doesn't. My thinking wasn't exactly right about that then. The 3 to 5 is we're addressing those difficult ones out of a total of 27, is that correct?
Well, so the 376 are all the pipes that we'll need to address at some point. We are currently working through 27 at one time, currently. So they are, they're working through we have a long way to go. We have a long way to go, and we recognize that. So we're doing the best that we can to try to address those issues, again, using the board's enforcement process that does give due process to the landowners as well, ensuring that the corrective actions are done accurately and appropriately, in following, proper protocols. And so I know it's lengthy, and it may not seem like we're doing it. It's taking a while, but I can assure you that the facilities and the corrections that are being made, are reducing the risk, one small pipe at a time, but it is making a significant difference to the system. So I hope in the next year, maybe at the end of the year, I can provide you with an overview of all the pipes, how they were corrected, what does that mean in terms of the 376 number that you heard earlier. What I want to say again, stress, is that 376 is what is currently rated, that they're urgently rated by USIP. That number changes every year, right, when they do inspections or when things kind of come up. So just keep that number and remember that it is a fluid number.
It would be helpful when we hear or see the statistics again, if you showed how many of those are private, of the 376, how many are private, non-permitted type actions versus the other ones. That would give us a better understanding, I think, of what we're dealing with. Thank you.
No problem. I will make a note of that, Mr. Countryman.
Member Ramirez has a question or something.
Or something?
Well, I didn't know if you wanted a question or a helpful
I hope it's helpful. That's the intention. Thank you. And I think I'm going to try to piggyback on the discussion you just had with Joe, because you answered some of the things that I wanted to bring up. Can you put the slide back on? I don't know if you control that, or somebody else
This one or the
does.
previous one?
The previous, with the numbers, the
It's-
4 years. There you go. So I think one of the things we're trying to understand, and I'm sure you do, and I'm sure the data is there someplace, is that this is just a little piece, right, of a pyramid. This is the top of the pyramid, probably, right? Especially the ones that are closed cases. Like, that got so bad that it had to come here, and you guys had to spend a bunch of time on it, but it got resolved. But there's a mountain of things below that, right? And there's things that when we get information about things that are not in compliance, like the inspection for pipes is one of those things, right? There's our inspections, there's the Corps inspections, there's somebody else's observation, you might get a letter, you might get a neighbor, right? And there's a volume of those things that somebody brings to our attention, right, and it elevates. And there's a bunch of things that we don't know about yet, right, that we haven't inspected, right? Designated floodways is maybe an example. So maybe there's a way just to talk about that a little bit and to give people the sense of, the magnitude, because I think what we want to do is make sure we support your efforts to get the resources you need to address the problems that are out there, right? And you guys do the best you can when you know about a problem, and then the problems that we know about have to be prioritized. And that's all this is, right? These are just the things that have become so severe that we know we need to spend time on it. And there's a bunch of other things that need to be addressed, right? Is there a quick way just to describe the bottom of the pyramid for us that might help us understand more of those details?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Ramirez, Board Member Ramirez. That is correct. So the pipes have risen to be sort of the highest priority, recognizing the risk that it poses to the flood control projects. When staff looks at an enforcement action, one of the considerations we look at is, again, being considerate and being useful and thoughtful about the least resources that are being spent on both ends. So what I mean by that is oftentimes when you look at a particular crossing, right, like in this case, a pipe, we can begin looking at a pipe. But that usually evolves, right? There's usually a lot more issues out there than just the pipe. And so one of the things that we try to do is if there are other violations, other potential encroachments are within the vicinity or the same ownership of the landowner, then we try to involve and include those actions as part of that enforcement action as well. And again, the intent is to try to be as comprehensive, right? So that the landowner doesn't have to hear from us again 10 years, right? Because they could say, well, why didn't you tell me about this 10 years ago when we were working on this particular issue? So the intent is, again, trying to be thoughtful about that. How do we break up those issues? So we try to look at the pipes, and then obviously there's something within immediate distance that would warrant further action. Then we also, include those as corrective actions as part of that enforcement action. The section is the process is lengthy. I would say both, what has been difficult is it's a little bit of both. Is because of these facilities have aged for quite some time, there's also limitations on when the repairs are occurring, right, or can occur. In addition to our permitting process, right, that is also part of that action as well. So we're sort of caught up in this in this process, right, where we're trying to be expeditious about getting approvals to the landowners to correct the issues, also while going through our appropriate permitting process to grant those approvals, to be able to, give clearances to proceed with that work. But as just the pipes, I would say, given they're the highest risk, the highest issue. But in addition to that, we often get referrals from local districts that may not be pipes, but it could be other issues that are of concern to them that would warrant support from staff. And so, again, supporting our local districts is another key function that we do. So we also make sure that we are spending the time to support them the best that we can, even with those issues that may have fallen outside of a typical high priority or rank 1 and 2 issues as well. And so that does deviate some of those resources as well, and it slows down some of the progress on some of those high priority items.
Right, so you guys might deal with a really high priority problem without it ever getting on this chart, right? Because you engage, somebody's super cooperative, things start to happen, you have to spend some time on it, but then you can move on, right? It gets delegated to somebody else and they close the loop and it gets done, but it doesn't show up on this chart that we have, right? Okay.
Yes.
which is super important to know, I think. We just wanted to make sure that, again, you know this, I think, very well, but we probably don't, and other folks listening might not either. And I think that's the reason I wanted to just bring it up. So thank you.
Yeah, we always encourage the local districts, right, to always be they're the first liners. They always see the work kind of occurring. So we always encourage to make sure that if they do see things occurring, they're sort of the front line and attempt to try to correct the issue. And so I know that that is happening oftentimes without those referrals coming into our office. And so we're appreciative of that. When those situations that arise that warrant support, then we are willing to step up and provide the support to the local districts.
Member Bosler?
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in learning a bit more about the utility crossing inventory program, and maybe that's something that DWR could come back and talk to us about. Because it says on their website that, it specifically was created to help put together a strategic plan on how to address those that are the most problematic. So I guess it would just be, I think, helpful to kind of zoom out, because we do have this one very legal enforcement kind of lane, but then, kind of understand how we're triaging this very large list. I'm like wondering, are there, like you said already that, a landowner might have multiple on their property, so you would be addressing multiple, so that's one thing. But I think it would be interesting to look at the like cross-section and look at that data and understand, like does PG&E have a bunch of them? What other entities or responsible entities may have them? And then also, if there's a bunch that are old and abandoned, we may want to think about a program specifically around remediating those and trying to tackle those. If these are, the really important issues that are a threat to the levee stability, we may want to think about, I'm very familiar with like the abandoned oil, kinds of things, and just thinking about, I bet a bunch of these are very old, abandoned, like we should think about how to help address them.
Do you have, are we interrupting with what you might be presenting still?
No, this is a great discussion. Well, this is probably a great segue into the big program, right, which we've been talking about to some extent, but it's the pipe prioritization program that you've heard about. So what this is, again, kind of giving you an overview. So, I mean, we've had this discussion previously, but this began in 2019. And this program really began with the enforcement section recognizing that pipes did pose one of the highest risk. Also, using the existing data that had been collected through the Department of Water Resources USIP program, right? So again, relying on that data to try to start.
I want to interrupt you.
Yes.
This program began in 2019 as a concept. We have this issue, something needs to be done. This is 2023, not even through that yet, and we are active and enforcing and doing that. Now that's, in government time, that's pretty fast. Because it went from, hey, we better do something, to this active work that's doing. We've kind of put you on the spot. I'm going to give you a little backing here. There was no enforcement acknowledged or organized or official of the flood system until the Flood Control Act of 2008. And then it took a little bit of time for the plan to be developed, for people to understand, for cooperative ventures to be done, and for staff to be expanded such to do something more than just answer an email. So the work that you all do, and sometimes it's not going to inspect and talk to landowners who are within 3 blocks. Sometimes you have to go to Deer Creek. And sometimes they're cooperative, sometimes they're not. Sometimes the local maintaining agency can assist, sometimes they have one staff person and no budget. So to continue to encourage that and the things you do, and when you bring us cases, they're the ones that are just, no response, no, nothing. So the work that you do with the staff numbers that you have is remarkable, but it's pretty clear we need to advocate more on your behalf for these things to be corrected. So
appreciate them, President Zoll.
No, we appreciate you.
Thank you. So the pipe prioritization program essentially began, and using the data that was already there collected on known crossings. And again, this includes irrigation, gas lines, electrical lines, everything, any utility crossing that went through a federal levee. It was essentially part of this inventory program that the Department of Water Resources led. So the goal of the program here is essentially to do a prioritization strategy, right, to tackle those issues that are highest risk, right? So we know they're pipes, but they're not all in the same condition. They're not all the same risk. And so we began sort of trying to strategize and think about how do we best tackle this, given that we know we have all these issues out there as well, right? And so what we did is it began this the prioritization program using that. So trying to be proactive versus reactive, which is what we were doing prior to 2019, right? Waiting for those calls to come in and saying, I've had a busted pipe, a pipe has failed, got a sinkhole somewhere, we need some action. So we're trying to do that with this program. So what the pipe prioritization program does is essentially it ranks the pipes that we are currently in the inventory, and it ranks them through a series of various numbers, various factors. And those include the pipe integrity. So if we know the pipe condition and integrity of the pipe, the height of the levee, right? So that's kind of, again, looking at risk basis, right? So if it's higher on the levee, it's probably a lower risk. If it's low at the base of the levee, like the photo you saw from Chief Engineer Wright, that poses a significant risk, right, if that pipe fails. You know, the size of the pipe, obviously, and other factors that were included. So those get filtered into a criteria, and then ultimately it ranks the facilities for us. And then at that point, right, we start tackling sort of the highest ones, the highest risk, the ones that rank the highest first. So as of January, you know, what we did is in January of this year, in coordination with the group, right, we've did another comparison of our data sets. And so 376 currently are under that, they're what they call urgent. So they have 3 categories that they put pipes into the utility crossing program: urgent, non-urgent, and no action. And so what we are doing is, again, we're taking the urgent ones, the ones that we know that they've identified to have some deficiencies. And again, these are visual deficiencies that they've noted, right? This is a visual inspection. Somebody walked out, they checked the pipe, they might have seen some deficiency on the levee. What we found sometimes is what USIP is doing great on now is they're incorporating data from the Department of Water Resources Deferred Maintenance Program, right, which is a phase 2 program. It's a phase 1 was sort of the video inspection, just kind of, again, using, they know USIP, that they got this inventory of all these pipes through the system. We want to know their condition. So what they did is they went ahead and DWR obtained funding, got a phase 1 effort. And through the phase 1 effort, they went and essentially offered money to the districts to start doing video inspections of all the pipes through their systems, private, non-private, right? So the intent was just to know and get an understanding for the conditions of these facilities. So now that we have the data, that data is being fed into the Department of Water Resources USIP program. And so, again, USIP is more of a data housing system, right? They're not making any determinations on who's responsible. They're not making any other assessments. They're just saying, these are the facts. This is the information that's been collected. We're getting it from here. If the LMA makes a correction, they notify the group, and then they correct that issue. If we correct a pipe, then they also correct the issue on their system to make sure that there's consistency in the reporting and the information that is available to the public. And so through the P3 program, again, taking those urgent pipes, those ones that they've identified as urgent, we put them through this high priority program that we call it under the pipe prioritization. 27 are currently in the different stages of the enforcement process. So staff has 27 of those. 18 have been corrected so far. So we have, again, since 2019, we've corrected 18 of those pipes, which is a pretty significant number there. And just 2 of those that have been, again, officially closed out here as just in the last 5 months of this year.
Ms. Colizo, I understand you have 10 more slides?
They're mostly photos at this point. Yes, I do.
That would be really good. I just sent a note to our executive officer. This needed a 4-hour workshop. What you're doing is very important. It is very detailed. It is complicated, and you have 7 members who are very interested, want to help, and want to dive in. And I'm trying to chair this meeting. We have like 3 or 4 things that are almost as long as you. I think one is going to be longer. So I'm in awe of you. I think that you know that, and your folks. And this program is so important. So I think we're going to organize a workshop and maybe see some things as well and go into that. So I'm going to just kind of encourage you.
Yes, thank you.
Move along.
Yeah.
Great. Looking forward to it. Thank you for the opportunity.
And we got
Okay,
board
so
members
here's some
saying,
great news.
I want to talk. I'm not calling you. You're going, and then we'll talk to the board.
So here's some, I
you're
want to
on.
give you some good news, right? So here's some good news. I wanted to highlight some, examples. So the section works on enforcement cases throughout the year. And as I heard earlier, many of these matters don't come before you until they warrant, board action. So, right, we try to resolve those before they come to you. And so what I wanted to highlight here with this photos is, again, the number of issues that the staff is working on continuously is pretty vast. A lot of times being able to depict, have a photo that shows the corrective action, the before and after, can be challenging, especially when you're talking about pipes, right? Because they're buried, so you don't see what was there before and after unless there was a significant defect on the facility or on the pipe, or on the levee, I'm sorry. So what I've chosen is some of those cases or some of those projects that the staff has worked on that really do highlight some of those efforts that have been undergoing. So this one first should probably look familiar to the majority of the board members here. This was an enforcement case that came before you. In late 2019, so it was a referral from by the local maintaining agency. A notice to comply was issued to the landowner. The landowner did not respond to that, so a notice of violation was issued subsequently. The landowner had essentially placed some containers on the waterside berm without prior approval. And then this got elevated to a cease and desist order that came to the board as a meeting in September of 2021. The board did affirm that cease and desist order, and well, initially we were anticipating that it would need to be elevated further. We were actually surprised the landowner did comply and corrected the issue. And so by February of 2022, the site was completely restored to, pre-project conditions, and the enforcement case was closed. This other issue was a landowner that had built in a detention basin right there at the land side of the tow out in Middle Creek in Lake County. So the referral came in from a DWR inspector. Notice to comply was issued in 2021, and then by February of 2021, the matter was resolved. This one is a case a little older, so this was back in 2015. Staff began some coordination with CMEX. This is a site out in city of West Sacramento on the west levee of the Sacramento River in Reclamation District 900. It was an old abandoned facility. At the beginning of the investigation in 2015, the site was just abandoned, needed to be properly, essentially, abandoned. But during that time, during the process, as staff was working through the necessary clearances, the bank began to give away. Erosion happened, and so the facility began very unstable in 2019. So at that time, essentially staff worked with the State Lands Commission, and through an emergency authorization there, was able to proceed with the appropriate removal of that facility and correction. So these are the after photos of what the site looks like once the levee embankment was restored.
After 20 years of asking what's going to happen. Okay.
Okay, so this one, a fairly minor one, but this one was out in Butte County, Miss Dolan's, hometown there in county. So out in Chico. So this one was a fairly minor issue, but it was a landowner, or actually a developer that was doing some work on the land side, began modifying without proper approval of this unauthorized, this drainage pipe, assistant feature pipe through the levee. So we notified them of the issue. They corrected the issue immediately. So October they were engaged, and by December of that year, the issue was corrected and the matter was closed.
Someone told him there would be a press activity there if he didn't move it.
Fair enough, thank you. Okay, so this one is a site, so another pipe issue. So this one is a little hard to see, but the first photo that I wanted to show is the gentleman there on the top left-hand corner of the screen, so you can see for reference. So this one was a pipe that had failed. It was at the base of the levee, and this facility, essentially through enforcement, was abandoned, and the levee was recompacted and repaired. So the before photos when the work was occurring, and then the after photos when the levee was restored and recompacted accurately. That was in Reclamation District 1500. Minor site, landowner placing some fill on the levee to try to build a ramp. Staff engaged them. The local maintaining agency engaged, sent his referral to staff. We notified and engaged the landowner. They were responsive. They corrected the issue, and again, took a little bit longer in this situation, but The landowner did correct not only the issue of the ramp and the fill, but also address some other encroachments that had been flagged previously by a core inspection that were also on the site. So this was, again, another example of where that was a success as well. This one was a case that essentially began through a waterside boat inspection. The property owner had begun anchoring a dock there on the river. A lot of earthwork that was happening on the waterside berm. This is in Reclamation District 1000 in the Garden Highway area. Trenching of utilities and other things. So there was essentially the movement of development for work there on the waterside berm, all without prior board approvals or any county permits. So we engaged the county, and then we began our process, notify the landowner. They were responsive and began the corrective actions. And so by November of 2022, this one is actually fairly fast. David Ismalian was the lead engineer on this particular case. The matter was resolved successfully. It was very impressive to see him work on that with the amount of issues that were related on this. So this one just shows one of the photos of the issue on the waterside berm, so before and after. There's another photo showing sort of the other issues that existed out there. And then, obviously, the utility entrenching and others. So there were a lot more photos that I could have shown you here as part of this. It was pretty vast with a lot of issues out there, but just kind of highlighting some of the bigger items that were part of that. It's a very successful case. Give me a second. Okay. And now rehabilitation. I did have some slides sort of highlighting the rehab program. I was hoping to kind of give you an overview of sort of the repairs that have been completed through this effort. This is another one of those critical programs that the section leads, and it is important to the board. The board's role in this particular case is as a non-federal sponsor, right? We are responsible for the cost share for the lands, easements, right-of-ways, and relocations and disposals for those repairs. The Army Corps of Engineers, once they deem a project eligible for rehabilitation, they will do the design and the construction of that repair themselves. Currently, Mr. Eric Mao serves as the project manager for the 2017 sites, and I'm happy to report that all of those, as you see on the screen there in the table, have been completed to date. For the 2019 damage that occurred, the high water, there's one site that's been repaired, 4 that are pending, and Ms. Jenny, too, is helping Mr. Mao with some of the coordination efforts that are ongoing there. What is important to note here is for the 2017 repairs of all the 45 sites that were repaired, the state did benefit from $165 million in terms of the repairs that were successfully done for that site. From that damage, where the state's cost share was roughly $19 million. For the 2019 repairs, the one site that was repaired in 2019 was roughly $3.9 million, and the state's LERD's costs were $90,000. That included a utility relocation pole. The remaining 4 sites are estimated to cost about $3.3 million. And those sites are located, there's 2 in Reclamation District 108, one in MA5 and one in Maintenance Area 5 along the Butte Creek, south of the city of Durham, and then another in Maintenance Area 3 in Feather River in Nicholas. So this one was a 2017 repair that was done. The site located in Reclamation District 108, it essentially included a setback levee. This is along the Knights Landing area. This was a 60-foot wide setback levee, 500 feet long roughly. The repairs were constructed and completed, I want to say, in 2019 or so? 2020, okay. Mr. Mao corrected me, thank you. So this other one is another site out in Reclamation. Again, these are all rehabilitation, 2017 damaged sites that were repaired. This site was damaged during the 2017. The repairs consisted of a 2,400-foot long seepage berm. This is actually two sites that were combined, so the damage was so close to each other, so the repairs were conducted at the same time. And the seepage berm ranged, between 40 to 80 feet wide. So the repairs were completed in the fall of 2021. This site is in Reclamation District 2064 in San Joaquin Basin, and this is outside of the city of Tracy in Reclamation District 2064. The repairs were an installation of a seepage berm that was about 1,400 feet long, 100 feet wide. And the repairs there were completed in September of 2022, so just a few months ago. Perfect timing for our high water event. And then this last one is one of the last 2017 repairs that were done, and this was a little bit more complicated, out in the Yolo bypass, just outside of the city of Davis, and this consisted of a 500-foot, 40-feet wide drainage canal that was abutting to the levee that had to be relocated and realigned to be able to properly correct the erosion that was happening on the levee. And this work got completed in November of 2022. So gonna maybe end off my presentation here, and I thank you for your patience. So the goals in the sections continue to be continued opportunities for outreach, public awareness, again, with the goal of obviously ensuring that we're deterring action and activities before they occur, not warranting state resources. Streamlining some existing enforcement processes that would allow for more timely responses and corrective actions to occur. And then revisiting some other authorities that are already in place, like the delegated authority that exists there, supporting our local maintaining agencies to be able to take those actions without, again, coming to the board for action. And in closing, with the enforcement program continues to evolve and adapt while remaining focusing in reducing flood risk to the state of California. The section members are passionate. They are dedicated professionals that believe in the board's mission. The program wouldn't be as successful as it is if it wasn't for their dedication and hard work and supporting each other. Strengthening the relationships with the local, the state, and the federal partners, but also building trust with the regulated community. So the program has a long way to go, and we'll continue to pursue opportunities for growth and ways to be more effective. So with that, I will conclude my presentation, and thank you for your time.
Well, we asked you to be here, and you came very well prepared, so that is very much appreciated, but I'll reiterate, we probably need to do this with a pretty lengthy interchange where we would actually allow you to sit down with us. Member Grego, do you have a question, comment, something?
Yeah, I'm going to keep it short, but I want to thank you, first of all, for the presentation. It was really good, and our board president stated that it's a topic that we're all concerned about, and I know that it affects the PL 8499 program, which is really an important way to bring federal dollars to these local levies. It was stated by board member Countryman about taking 100 years for 300 and some odd pipes to be fixed, and I understand that, that it's a fluid issue, as far as the pipes go, because 5 years from now, the pipes that weren't on that list will be on that list. And because of the type of materials that we use, whether they be PVC pipes or whether they be concrete or metal, they all have a lifespan of how long they're going to last there. And so what I'm asking for you and your team is to bring some recommendations either through the permitting process, and I mentioned it before that we need some tools that standardize how pipes are done, and so that there's longevity, or that there is some type of financial tool associated with those permits that is not a burden to the project, but it considers long-term rehabilitation of these pipes so that you slow down the process of what we're looking at today. And so I look forward to that discussion. Thank you.
The tape of this conversation is going to be very helpful with all the things that we do. So any other comments from board? Of course, Mr. Countryman.
I just want to thank you for the very professional, knowledgeable presentation. It's really great to have staff that can perform like that. Thank you.
We asked you to do this. You prepared without a whole lot of direction from us, other than we hear from the Corps and there's inspections and all these issues, and I just wanted to be sure that we knew things were happening. And then we tossed things at you, and you took care of it very well. We'll see you again. Thank you.
Great. Thank you for the opportunity.
Audience? Online? Okay. Thank you. I'm going to announce a change in the agenda order, so pay attention, please. We have been in continuous session since 9:05, so we are going to take a 10-minute break. Then we are going to take item 10A, the maintenance area dissolution. Then we are going to have our lunch break, and then we will proceed after that with board item 10B, which is a City of Sacramento presentation. So with that, and I'll do my time 10 minutes, not the Dolan 10 minutes, okay? 10-minute break. microphone on. As I indicated, we are going to Board Item 10A. This is a matter of the dissolution of Maintenance Area 3, and it will be introduced by our Board Policy Advisor, Darren Soon, and I understand representatives from Levy District 1, Sutter, are here. There also is a Levy District 1, Glenn,
Yes,
but
definitely Sutter
Sutter's-
today. Yeah.
Sutter's the star. Don't tell Glenn that. Mr. Soon.
Okay, great. Well, I was just checking here. Yes, good afternoon, board members. Darren Soon, your policy advisor, back again for this item. You heard this item last month as an informational. This month we'll be taking action on this, hopefully. In the spirit, again, of the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan, having efficiency with our maintenance areas, we're actually looking to consolidate this time around. And today I have General Manager of LD1, Andrew Stresser, along with our counsel, Alexis Stevens, here to provide a presentation. You've heard it before, but we're going to hear it again before the staff recommendation. So, Mr. Chavez, could you go to the next presentation slide? And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Andrew Stresser, General Manager of LD1. Thank you.
Thank you, Darren, President Dolan, members of the board. Thank you for hearing us again. I noticed Mr. Countryman is he available or? Oh, good. We'll be prepared. Again, my name's Andrew Stresser. I'm the General Manager of Levy District 1 of Sutter County. With me. He will. Well, good. After last month's meeting, I hope he's not disappointed in me, I guess. With me here today is Chairman of our board, Al Montana, Levy District 1, as well as Ali Stephen, Board Counsel with Somax, Simmons, and Dunn. And we're back today to request that the board take action on Levy District 1's request to dissolve Maintenance Area 3. Slide. Oh, maybe I can do it here. There we go. So the Water Code allows Levy District 1 to petition the Central Valley Flood Protection Board to dissolve a maintenance area. The board may dissolve a maintenance area if it deems that to be in the best interest of the state to do so. So at this time, board staff has indicated to LD1 that we must, A, enter into a new assurance agreement or an insurance agreement, provide justification that the dissolution of Maintenance Area 3 is in the best interest of the state, show evidence of an acceptable management structure, and most importantly, show evidence of a reliable and continuous funding source. Oh, too far. So the best interest of the state. In January of this year, LD1, we formally submitted our request to dissolve Maintenance Area 3. Levy District 1 believes that this is in the best interest of the state to dissolve Maintenance Area 3 to LD1. Number one, with the passage, and we spoke about this last month, with the passage of the Feather River West Levy Financing Authority, or FRALIFA assessment, Levy District 1 now has a stable and continuous funding source to finance the OMRR&R of Maintenance Area 3, and that budget to do so was included in that benefit assessment. We've also taken the liberty of adding additional staff to ensure that level of service for the new area that we plan to take over. Two, Levy District 1, which has been in existence for 150 years, providing vital flood control protection to the people and property of Sutter County. And we all know he's not here, but Mr. Countryman wasn't around 150 years ago, but his vast knowledge and institution serves him well beyond that. Three, Levy District 1 believes that the dissolution of Maintenance Area 3 will consolidate and enhance the services it provides and leads to a reduction in costs as well as a greater efficiency. And four, the dissolution of the state-run maintenance area will return the levies of Maintenance Area 3 to local control, improving property owners' access to governance and reducing potential liabilities to the state. So therefore, we request that the board take action to approve the resolution to dissolve Maintenance Area 3. And before we get into the next steps, and I think I have a pointer on here, I want to make sure that the board is clear on the area we're talking about. So at the end of the purple boundary of Levy District 1, Maintenance Area 3 extends for about 5 miles down to the confluence of the bypass. So that's that section in orange, that lower section in orange to the right, that is the area that we're speaking about today. Yeah. Either way. Our next steps. So Levy District 1, earlier this month, on May 11th, we requested to have the area annexed and the sphere of influence included into Levy District 1. We went through the LAFCO process, that was approved. So we're still waiting to have that recorded with the Board of Equalization, but that's planned to be done of June 11th of this year. Levy District 1, and this date is a little bit off, but we're requesting that the dissolution of Maintenance Area 3 be effective July 1st. I believe in your resolution it states August 1st, which is fine. It's shortly after the beginning of the fiscal year, and it provides LD1, board staff, and DWR to finalize any final details before the dissolution. And finally, that would be the last extension that the levy district would be able to handle before we have to submit the tax roll to Sutter County in order to receive our assessment for the 23-24 tax roll. And with all that being said, is there any questions from the board? Okay, that concludes my presentation.
Yes, I just want to make a few comments. You know, living on the other side of the river from you all, I just want to commend your organization for going through all of these steps the way, I mean, pretty much picture perfect, the way you went through it. I mean, it wasn't easy to ask the ratepayers out there to assess themselves, but you guys ran a great campaign. You were successful in a time when I didn't think that would ever happen. So I want to commend you on this endeavor and going through the LAFCO process. That's another opportunity for the public to voice their opposition, and yet there wasn't. So good job.
Thank you.
I have a question, perhaps of you, perhaps of staff. You indicated that you would like an effective date different than what's in the resolution?
We've spoke with board staff, and the resolution, the August 1st date will be sufficient. We had an earlier date of July 1st in mind, but I think that gives us a little more ample time to finalize any details that could come up. So
And you'll tee up to let the counties know that you've got the money, they're not going to
Yes.
put it on their tax roll.
As long as it's before August 10th, that's our due date to get it on the tax roll.
Oh, okay. It's later than that, and you're adjoining county. Lower. Okay. Yes, echo what Member Grego said as well. Make it smooth. Board, I don't see any other board. Anyone in the audience who wishes to address this issue, dissolution of Maintenance Area 3 to transfer operation and maintenance to Levy District 1 Sutter? I just kind of think that the resolution needs to say Levy District 1 Sutter, because there's another one somewhere that has that designation. Who knows why? Or we can call Levy District 1 in Glen, we can rename it 2.
President Dolan, we could certainly make that adjustment.
Board Counsel, Dua?
Thank you, President Dolan. Yes, I was just going to echo Mr. Soon's sentiments that the resolution is being requested to be approved today is substantially to the form that it's provided, and so whatever amendments we need to make to accommodate that, we can. We can certainly add Sutter to Levy District 1 to more clearly define the area that we're speaking of. Thank
Well,
you.
you know, 100 years from now, someone will say, where's that? Is that the one up there by Ord-Ban, or is that the one down there by Montana Farms? Picky. Audience, did I already ask for audience online? Does anyone want to say anything? Okay. The action requested is to make the CEQA findings regarding the dissolution. I won't read that paragraph, and to adopt Board Resolution 2023-05.
I'll second it.
Motion by Griego, and I know that that includes the wording that our council said of substantially in compliance. We don't make big amendments, we just do typos. Seconded by Ramirez.
Keeley.
Bosler. Okay. Is there a third? Is there a third? Fourth? All right, Mr. Jones, if you would call the roll, please.
Board Member Bosler?
Aye.
Board Member Griego? Yes. Board Member Ramirez? Aye. Board Member Countryman?
Yes.
Secretary Johnson?
Aye.
Vice President Valines? Aye. President Dolan?
Yes. We senior members say yes. The motion carries unanimously, 7 aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. When the local districts and the presenters do all the effort, we accommodate. Okay, that went really fast. Is our lunch here?
Not yet.
Would Mr. Rothert do his presentation in 5 minutes? Would you ask him? Is he on?
He is online.
He is on. Good afternoon, President Dolan.
Okay,
You were asking
yeah,
if
you
I
got a
could-
maximum of 10 minutes, sir.
I can do it.
Yay. Go.
Okay, I think I just need some permission from from Ryan to share my video and maybe I'll just try to share my screen.
You have a PowerPoint, I assume? Maybe you can begin while that is underway.
Yeah, trying to pull it up.
Oh, we can't help on our end? Oh, there we are. Okay. Good
So are
afternoon.
you seeing the PowerPoint slide itself, or all the thumbnails and notes and everything? Okay.
There it is.
Okay. Okay, thank you, President Dolan and board members, for this opportunity. I will make this quick, knowing that I'm the one thing standing between you and lunch.
Well, it's between the folks who want to talk about bike trails and lunch, so go.
Okay. Okay, so I just want to mention that the Division of Flood Management, our colleagues there, including Deputy Secretary Gary Lipner, are still in flood emergency response posture, and so they've been unable to come and present to you as planned on a variety of topics. So hopefully next month that will be possible, but we'll just have to see. So I wanted to provide brief updates on a number of multi-benefit projects and some related budget items. And I was also asked to just share a little bit about the reorganization that DWR is going through that will result in moving the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan update effort from my division of multi-benefit initiatives to the division of flood management, which will allow my division to focus almost entirely on delivery of multi-benefit projects throughout the Central Valley and Delta. And in the meantime, while this will become formal in July, and the interim manager of the DFM CVFPP update effort is Chris Williams. And so he can be contacted at chris.williams@dwr. or it's water.ca.gov. So I just wanted to briefly mention that.
Thank you. Steve?
So moving to,
Sorry, Steve, this is Brian Johnson. We're still seeing the slide sorter and some notes. I don't know if there's a way for you to flip it to slide view.
Okay, maybe I'll do.
Up at the top. Yeah, that wasn't it. Is there a slideshow view? There we go. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the heads up, Brian. Okay, so I'm going to start from the south and move north. In just a matter of weeks, we expect the contract between DWR and SJAFCA to be signed and for the work to advance the planning for the Paradise Cut bypass project to begin in earnest. And I've received a number of questions about whether additional funding is still in the budget for Paradise Cut. And I can say yes, as of now, there is $10 million in the budget. It's not named specifically for Paradise Cut, but when looking at that item and the BCP and DOF's website, we know that it's for Paradise Cut. So yes, additional funding for Paradise Cut is coming. The Little Egbert project, seen there in the circle down at the bottom of the Yola bypass, the feasibility study that is being developed by LEGPA will be completed by August, and that is already providing information for the beginning of CEQA, which will formally start with the notice of preparation in early June, and DWR will be the lead agency for that CEQA process. So it's exciting to get to that milestone and really start digging into project alternatives and engaging with the public more. Lookout Slough, moving north, is making progress. We're seeing here a sinuous slough that was rewatered last October and opened up 60 acres to tidal influence. The earth moving for the setback levee will be completed by the fall, and then the refinements and the rest of the project will be completed in 2024. And I wanted to mention that the RDs 2068 and 98 updated their emergency response plans to include the new levee project as was required by the board's encroachment permit. Levels continues apace. The setback levee is mostly complete. And this summer, the big effort will be on degrading the existing levees, both along the eastern side of the Yola bypass and also the northern levee of the Sacramento bypass. So this extra capacity in the bypass will be available for use if necessary this coming winter. The Sacramento Weir and bypass has also taken a major step forward with the Corps of Engineers awarding the contract to Granite Construction for $173 million to start work this summer on the Sacramento Weir and bypass modifications. And the project should be completed by December 2026. And what you're seeing here is sort of a northwest shot overlooking the Sacramento Weir spilling, and the red line there is the approximate layout of the new lower Elkhorn Basin levee setback project that I mentioned a moment ago. Just to give you a sense of how the Sacramento bypass will be expanded in addition to the YOLO bypass. And this is a 2019, I think, slide that the Corps developed to show how it's all laid out together and how the Sacramento bypass expansion will connect with the YOLO bypass levee setback and more than double the capacity of the Sacramento bypass to take flows off the Sacramento River and high water events.
Can you see that?
The Upper Elkhorn Basin study is another important project that will be getting underway in a matter of weeks. The $1.5 million contract has been signed between DWR and SAFEGA is setting up its team to implement that project and exploring dates for kickoff meetings and that and start the project. And a key focus of this project will be to better understand and hopefully align local interests and regional and state interests on a locally preferred option that can then feed into the Army Corps of Engineers YOLO bypass comprehensive study, which is going to get underway in earnest by the end of this fiscal year, federal fiscal year. So by the end of September, there will be an agreement among the Corps, DWR, and SAFEGA to conduct the YOLO bypass comp study, and we're determined to get a solid and aligned project description for the upper Elkhorn Basin to feed into that project and steer it in a direction that that's best for the region and secure federal funding to invest in the improved flood safety of the region. And that's it. Did I do it under 10 minutes, President Dolan?
Yes, sir. Yes, thank you. Do board members have questions? Input? Was that a yes? Bosler, Member Bosler.
Thank you for coming. This is Keely Bosler. I'm interested in the future. I'm super excited about all those projects that we just saw. And we talk here at the board a lot about the really important role that the regional flood management areas can play in really thinking about these multi-benefit projects, because they're usually not just located within one maintenance district. They're usually more regional. And so just wondering how this organization and DWR will help to facilitate more support and planning for future projects, and if you might be able to speak to that.
Well, I think it's a good question, and I would say that there are at least 3 ways that that DWR and the board contribute to the development and planning of projects. One is through the Central Valley Flood Protection Plan that, as you know, was developed. The last update was in 22, and there will be another one in 27. And that process engages DWR flood board staff with the local RDs and local interests through the RFMP, the Regional Flood Management Planning process, to identify priority projects and help plan for those. We also have another effort that is in response to the Water Resilience Portfolio Action 25.4, which is focused on the San Joaquin and developing a new climate smart flood strategy for that region. And then working individually with RDs and cities and rural communities, there are a number of and landowners, a number of opportunities throughout the Central Valley to help identify and develop and advance projects.
Right.
Does that answer your question?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think that's helpful. I mean, I think, unfortunately, in some areas of our system, there's less local capacity. And so I think it's important, as we're really thinking about how we bring projects with an equity focus as well, that there is additional support that's brought by the state.
Absolutely. And I think that's particularly true of some of the areas of the San Joaquin Valley, and DWR and board staff are working together to bring planning funds and capacity to some of the RDs and towns in the San Joaquin.
Thank you, Member Bosler. That's very important to the board, and thank you for expressing that. I don't see any of you in the queue, so maybe you don't know to do that. So on this side, anyone want to make a comment? This side? It's our lunch here.
Just to say thank you for the presentation.
Mr. Rothard, thank you for that presentation. You were quite brave to give us the reorganization briefing.
Yes, well, thank you for the opportunity to update the board.
Yeah, what's occurring, particularly in the YOLO bypass, and the way they were translating that to words on screen was yellow bypass, and it's YOLO, but that's all right. You only live once. It's good news. We just need to do more of it, and we'll continue to do that even in a tough budget year. So thank you for that.
Absolutely.
The board is going to recess for a lunch break, and it will be 45 minutes. Recess.
No, but you're talking about that room, right? That's the plan? Okay, I was.
Do we have Ephraim back? We're checking to make sure we have our audio person behind the curtain. We got him? Okay.
Oh, here, flip this or do that. See this?
Central Valley Flood Protection Board will be back in meeting as soon as they stop talking. Thank you for allowing us that break. We're now refreshed and are not going to be dragging. So here we are. We are at board item 10B, as in boy, Sacramento River East Levee Trail Project. I'm going to ask our Sacramento Levees section manager, Selva Samohan, to introduce this item. And then I understand there will be representatives from the city and from their consulting firm. And I'm hoping that they're here and not, yay, you're Megan. I'm Megan. Okay, because it's like. Okay. Mr. Selva Mahan. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, President Dolan, Vice President Villains, members of the board. My name is Selva Mohan. I'm the Chief of the Sacramento Levee Section, board staff. I'm here to introduce an informational briefing on the Sacramento River East Levee Trail Project, also known as Sacramento River Parkway Project. Megan Johnson, Senior Engineer from the City of Sacramento, and Matt Salveson from Wood Rogers will be giving you the informational briefing on this project. So I will invite first Megan to start, but before they go on, I just wanted to highlight that, board staff did not have any permit application for this project, nor did we have any pre-application meeting for this project. So we are in the very early stage of the project, and Megan will go over the schedule, and they will talk about the timeline and how they advance. And then when we cross the bridge to get a permit application from the board, maybe a year or two from now, we will cross that bridge. So I just wanted to point out that this is just an informational briefing, so board members and everybody else can hear about the project and have an opportunity to ask questions. Thank you. Megan?
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thanks for having us. Again, my name is Megan Johnson. I'm a senior engineer with the City of Sacramento's Public Works Department, and I'm the city's project manager for the Sacramento River Parkway project. And then with me is Matt Salveson here. So he is our consulting engineer who's doing a lot of the heavy lifting for this project. Like Selva mentioned, we're really early on in this process. We're going through the preliminary engineering and environmental clearance phase, and so the project is very much still being shaped. But we know that there's a lot of interest and curiosity about this project, and so we thought it was timely to keep you just updated about what the project is and what it looks like moving forward. So we have a few topics to go over with you. This is just an overview. We'll let you know what the project location is. We'll give you an overview about the project limits and the overall goals, touch on some of the key details about the project, and then discuss access point locations, maintenance, schedule, environmental status, public outreach, and then follow up with next steps. So this project is located in Sacramento County, specifically within the city of Sacramento, and even more specifically on the east levee of the Sacramento River in the Pocket Greenhaven neighborhood. So this shows the project limits in the solid green line. The project location will run from Garship End Park to the south up to Zacharias Park in the north atop the levee. The dashed green lines show existing trail, and so there's existing trail that runs south of Garship End Park and north of Zacharias Park. So the key feature about this project is it's going to close the gap between those trail systems. It will also provide key connections to the Pocket Canal Trail that's shown running through the center of the community. There we go. All right, so outside of just providing benefit to the Pocket Greenhaven neighborhood, this project has much larger benefits for the region as a whole, and it's part of a very large vision that will ultimately have an interconnected trail system that will run along the Sacramento River Levee and the American River Levee to provide a really world-class facility for Sacramentans and visitors. So this project, shown in the yellow on this map, will tackle a really large segment of the last remaining gaps as part of this large trail system. The vision for the levee top trail, it'll be a 12-foot paved levee top trail. Of course, people will need to be able to get to this new trail, so we're planning for some new bike and pedestrian access ramps that will be located on the land side of the levee. And then another key component of the project is we'll also be implementing pedestrian crossing treatments at Pocket Road. Pocket Road is a 4-lane major collector road that runs through the Pocket neighborhood. It has long stretches without any sort of stop or signal controls, and so this is a barrier for folks who live on the interior of the Pocket to get to our new trail. So we'll be implementing appropriate pedestrian crossing treatments at Pocket Road to let people get safely to the new trail. With regards to the access points, this is a rendering of a typical location. The key features of it will of course be ADA compliant. They will be designed to have minimal excavation as part of its construction. And then a lot of the locations that we're looking at currently have access for maintenance vehicles or flood control vehicles. And so at those locations, we'll make sure that it's designed to accommodate those access. So where are we looking at for our access points? There are a lot of existing access points along the levee, whether they're official access points for maintenance or flood control purposes, or informal access points that pedestrians have created over time. We took a look at a whole bunch of these spots, and we identified the 9 locations that looked most feasible. And then we evaluated them for right-of-way impacts, parking, trees, visibility, a whole bunch of different factors. And so then from there, once we kind of looked at the feasibility of these locations, we then looked at it from the lens of, ultimately we're going to plan for about 5 locations, and we wanted to make sure that they are evenly spaced to provide kind of uniform access for the residents. And so this shows the locations that were currently our top contenders for those access points. So starting from the north, Zacharias Park, which will have a really great connection to the Pocket Canal Trail. North Point Way, Audubon Circle. Jumping to the south, there's an existing well-used access at Sleepy River Way that's just not ADA compliant, so we'll be upgrading that one. And then you'll notice 2 spots that are shown pretty close together. So at Country River Way or Sump 132, that's our public sump station. And so those are really close together. We're not going to construct both of them, but we're trying to find one that makes a good connection to the Pocket Canal Trail. But they have different trade-offs for benefits and challenges. And so we're going through the process of evaluating that, and then we'll pick the strongest one. So Matt, you want to take over?
Jump in for a few
Yes.
minutes here. In terms of maintenance and inspection that'll be required as part of this project, obviously the levee maintenance will need to continue with MA9 in particular. We've already had informal discussions with them, and there's more to come as some of the maintenance issues will actually shape what the project will look like. Sort of the new factor on this will be some of the maintenance will be handled by the city, whether it's parks or public works, at least in terms of the actual asphalt trail up on top of that. And then existing maintenance also includes individual permit holders that are out there today. And those all factor together, and that's part of our ongoing coordination process.
Excuse me, Matt, could I just ask you to state your name for the record, please, for our court reporter? Thank you.
I
Or for-
apologize,
yeah,
yes.
it's fine.
Matt Salveson with Wood Rogers, and we are the lead consultant firm to the city on this. Let's see, oh, and then I've got a note here about the maintenance standards and compliance. Of course, that's this board, Department of Water Resources, and U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. And as Silva alluded to, there has been informal coordination. We're a long ways from formally submitting anything for a board action, but we've been talking to and working with both Silva and Greg here with the board, and then on the DWR side with Casey Lund and Mark List. And a lot of that has to do with what the maintenance requirements are out there today and how those might need to change a little bit in the future. There we go. In terms of overall project schedule, as Selva introduced and Megan mentioned, we're currently in the preliminary engineering phase. We're still identifying concepts and continuing to refine them. And then in parallel with that is both the CEQA and NEPA environmental process, CEQA being the state process and NEPA, of course, being the federal process, with a target date to wrap that up around the end of this calendar year in parallel with the preliminary engineering. Once those environmental documents in particular are complete, the city would plan to move on to the right-of-way process starting near the beginning of 2024. Specifically, there are a fair number of properties where the city would need to acquire some form of formal access on the top of the levee, such as recreational trail access on the top. Probably in the form of an easement. And two other things go on in parallel with that right-of-way process. One is the final design. That's the actual plans that go out to construction, as well as the permitting. And that includes everything from any environmental permitting to, of course, the permitting that this board would be involved with. So we haven't formally started that. The trigger for that is the completion of the environmental documentation. Public outreach has been going on in various forms for quite a long time, but in particular in parallel with our preliminary engineering. And it's the intent of the city to continue that public outreach through final design and then through the construction phase as well. Anticipated construction start date by the time you roll all that out is probably 2026. So we're approximately 2.5, 3 years from breaking ground. I mentioned the environmental status. Both CEQA and NEPA are being cleared. The city is the lead under CEQA, and they're preparing with help from my consultant team a supplemental environmental impact report. And then under NEPA, Caltrans is actually the lead. FHWA delegates most NEPA approval down to Caltrans, and in this case, the federal nexus has to do with the funding on the project. There's federal dollars. At the moment, most of the efforts are associated with some of the environmental studies, and there's a lot of minor studies. The two more substantial ones are both cultural and biological. As you know, the levee is obviously a highly disturbed area, so we're not anticipating any unmitigated impacts out there. But we're doing our due diligence on both fronts.
All right, now, so for now, a overview of the public outreach to date. This project, we're aware that there are strong feelings about it on both sides, both for the project and against the project. And we recognize that especially where we have towards the north side of the trail, there are a number of properties where it's currently under private ownership, and so we will need to be, as Matt mentioned, acquiring the rights to run our trail through there. And we know that for many of those residents, there are concerns about introducing public access behind their backyards. And so we started off by having a round of focus meetings with small groups of the private property owners, all the private property owners along the levee, were invited to participate in these focus group meetings where we could discuss with them what to expect with the process and get some initial feedback from them with their thoughts on the project. And then we followed up, any interested property owner who wants us to come out and see their site, we've made ourselves available to come out and visit with the property owners. And then we had a public meeting in February 2023, which had very good attendance, and we provided to all the attendees an overview of the project background, what to expect with the process, the evaluation for the access points. And then we broke up into an open house to allow participants to have focused one-on-one discussions about the access points and also about our safety plan that we're working on, which I'll touch on more in a moment. And then we also have a webpage that gives background on the project, and we also have a dedicated phone hotline and a dedicated email address. And we have folks who are staffing that to give quick turnaround on responses and who also brief staff about the feedback and comments and questions that we receive. So with regards to the safety plan, in response to concerns that we know that many of the residents have about the introduction of public access in their backyards, we've developed a safety team to develop a strategy of fundable and feasible approaches to providing the best public safety that we can. And so we've pulled together Sacramento Police Department, the Park Rangers, the Sacramento Fire Department, representatives from Public Works and from our Parks Department, as also representatives from our City Council office for this district. And so we've been developing strategies, and this is still in progress, but these are some of the key things that are in discussion right now. We're looking at implementing police observation devices, or also referred to as pods, which are basically cameras at all formal and informal access points, and working to get the resources to make sure that they're staffed appropriately for monitoring. We will be installing lighting at all of the access points, posting hours consistent with parks, which is basically access from sunrise to sunset. We're also considering overnight parking restrictions for non-residents near access points. And then another topic that's being discussed is possible participation in the Bike Patrol program, which is affiliated with the National Ski Patrol. The American River has a bike patrol that provides all sorts of amenities, but they help people when their bikes break down. They're trained for CPR and assistance, and they also act as eyes and ears on the trail, and so they can update our rangers or SAC PD if there's anything that they should be aware of. All right, so as mentioned, the tasks that we're working on right now, we're working through those design details for the access points to inform our environmental document, and then we're also working through our technical studies for the environmental documents, and we're continuing our coordination with SAC PD, the park rangers, and our safety ad hoc team for the development of the safety plan. So once we develop these things to a higher degree of not certainty, but development, then we'll reach back out to the public. We'll have more focus meetings with the residents to discuss the continued development of the safety plan. And then we'll also have public meetings for project updates with the broader public. Now for an overview of the funding and phasing. This is a pretty long corridor. It's just under 4 miles. And so that's a big project to tackle all at once. And so we've segmented it for flexibility in both funding and delivery. And so segment 1 goes from Garsha Bend Park to Audubon Circle. And that's currently funded through design, right-of-way, and construction. So we're fully funded for that segment. Segment 2 is between Audubon Circle and Zacharias Park. For that segment, we're fully funded through design. We're partially funded through right-of-way. We've received funding to start the process. And then we'll be pursuing, once we get a little bit further in the project development, the funding that we'll need for right-of-way and for construction. So that's an overview of the project, and we're happy to take questions.
Thank you for the presentation and information. Board members, let me look to my right. Member Ramirez, you look ready.
Thank you. Just a couple quick questions. It might be for some of our staff, too. Presumably, we commented on the CEQA document. I just don't know if that's true or not. And if,
We're still working on that CEQA document.
it said complete by December 23. So they haven't even, it's not been published for public comment yet?
It's not been published yet.
Okay.
So we're still in progress. We're wrapping up the technical
That
studies.
sounds optimistic, but good luck. I think
Thank
that's
you.
great.
We shall do our best.
I just assumed by the date that it hadn't gone out for public comment yet, so good to know. And obviously, if you talk to our staff, then you would know there's things in there that would help us to include so that when it comes to us, for our action, we can lean on that document for the things that we need to take care of. Okay,
Great.
great, thank you. Just wanted to make that comment.
Member Countryman, you're either waving at me or you wish to speak.
I never heard any mention of the homeless issues. I assume that's a big part of your safety plan, is that correct?
Correct. Part of what we're working through with SAC PD and the park rangers is making sure that we are equipped in policy and setting it up so that they can remove loiterers or undesirable activity along there.
Because although I'm really positively disposed towards this project, when I read earlier stuff, it seems that the landowners directly in that area had a real concern that was valid, which was that if we open that up and then the homeless camps will come in and affect, their quality of life there. So I guess I look forward to see what you come up with there.
Yeah, no, we're very aware of that concern and respect that concern. So we're working with our SAC PD and park rangers partners to make sure that we develop a decent strategy.
Anyone else? I have one. I think that I understood you said that city is preparing a supplemental
Correct.
document?
Yes.
And it's supplemental to what basic document?
Excellent question. So there was a master plan for the Sacramento River Parkway that was performed in 1997, and it had a EIR. And so we'll be doing, and this is, we're working with our environmental staff and our city attorneys with a review on that document. But the current approach is to do a supplemental EIR to that.
1997?
Yes.
On the, and I'll add to that, on the NEPA side, there has not previously been a NEPA for the federal, so
Correct.
it'll be a fresh document
Yes.
on that side.
Anything? You might want to set aside while I ask if there's anyone from the audience. Is there anyone here in the room that wishes to make a comment on this item? It is the Sacramento River East Levee Trail Project. If you do, then please come forward and give us your name.
Good afternoon. My name remains Jim Geary, and my background remains the same as this morning.
Mr. Geary?
I just want to comment on a couple things.
Would you spell your last name so we be sure we
Jim
have?
Geary, Geary.
Thank you, sir.
On the homeless issue, I have lived down there for 50 years. I've spent more time up on the levee than any other human being, I will guarantee you. The only homeless issue we have had in 50 years up there has been behind the fences. There's 5 miles that have been finished that start from the intake plant, go all the way up to the little pocket area. We have had no homeless camps at all. And that's because the homeless want to go behind the fences where people aren't going to bother them and see them, and it's not going to be patrolled. And that's a fact. Now, let me get back to, first of all, I want to congratulate the city group that has presented this proposal. I have worked with numerous district projects. I have never had a more transparent group and responsive group than the group that's planning this project. If you call them out and ask them to come out to your house to look at the levee, they'll be there the next day. They have never told me you have to make a public records request, or they'll tell you where they are. They've been totally transparent with both the people who have the gates and live behind these gates and the people outside the gates. Secondly, what I would like to mention is that we have had the parkway from Discovery Park all the way down to Weston Hotel forever. If someone can show me where there was a homeless camp from the city down to the Western, I'd like to see photographs of it. That is not where they go. In regards to the public safety, I have tracked for years now the 911 calls that the Sacramento City Police respond to on the levee. On the areas that are open over the past 5 years, there's been virtually 0 calls. On the portion behind the gates, there have been incessant calls, to the point where the police commander down in the district has had to have person-to-person talks with people who live behind the levee and call up for absolutely irrelevant purposes. That is what is actually happening down there. If anyone has any questions about what's gone on down there for the past 50 years, just give me a call. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else? Please come forward. I see you. You walk forward. Give us your name. If others of you near the back want to talk, maybe start moving forward.
Oh, my name is Don Murphy. I live at 7260 Pocket Road on the levee. I'm a levee property owner. I've lived there for 21 years. I don't know where to start because I can refute everything that Mr. Geary just said, but I'm not going to do that right now. We have a major problem with safety, security, homeless on the Sacramento River. Make no mistake about that. There is no police presence. Make no mistake about that. Although, when I had a homeless camp on my boat dock, the Sacramento Marine Division was Johnny on the spot. They helped me get rid of the homeless camp on my boat dock. Let me start by saying that in 2008 and 2011, I submitted applications for cross-levee fences because I couldn't protect my boat dock. On both of those occasions, my applications were denied based on the recommendations by the Army Corps of Engineers and DWR Maintenance 9, stating the reason for the denials were that my fence would impair their ability to maintain the levee for flood control. So my question now is, how is a bike trail going to not impair the ability of these agencies to do flood control and maintenance on a levee? Who do I get that answer from?
You won't get one today, I bet.
Well, okay, so I didn't expect answers today.
But it is a question now on the record, so.
Okay, all right.
Okay.
The other key issue I have is my property includes ownership of the levee. The
parcel where I live, the properties where I live, was an old farm built by the Portuguese families that settled in that area back in the late 1800s, early 1900s. As such, those are the people that built the levee. The Army Corps of Engineers did not build the levee at my house. And there's a misconception, not only for me, but for many other levee property owners, that we really don't own the levee and it's not private property. Well, then how is it that we have to give up a right-of-way access for this bike trail if we don't own the levee? Now, this brings up the question of if the city is successful at taking our property through eminent domain, do they have to get a permit before that takes place, or do they have to wait till after that takes place? I can't imagine they could be granted a right-of-way access unless they had the recreational easement rights to property, correct?
Sometimes I think I have a law degree, but then I remember I don't. So that's in the record. That will be answered at some
Okay.
point.
Is that one for Mr. Dua?
Probably not off the cuff.
Okay, well, that's what,
He would be the one ultimately to
Okay.
do that. We won't
Now,
hide it.
I understand the city's involvement with Wood Rogers, and I'm also somewhat aware of the money that's been spent for this project. But the key piece of the project is to have the right-of-way access, which they do not have. Now, that's not your issue. That's the city of Sacramento issue, I guess.
And the representatives here today said that they need to.
Yeah, but they make it sound like, oh, yeah, by the way, we're going to start acquiring these properties in January of next year. Now, I've already been down the resolution of necessity in this very building, which was later rescinded because the construction project slowed down the pursuit of the bike trail. So we're talking years down the road. Okay, I guess everybody's aware of that now, and there was some good comments made about the fact that, yeah, we're in the early stages. But in the meantime, without the cross-levee fences in our neighborhood, there is a serious safety and security issue. Now, I have not personally been approached by the city or Wood Rogers about my opinion on this subject. I don't know who they're talking to. I know it's not the people that I'm in a group with that are all the concerned citizens that own private property on the levee. We haven't been contacted.
Regarding the cross-levee fences?
Well, regarding the project and the security and safety issues. I spoke with you at Kennedy High School that night, but never was I approached.
Mr. Murphy,
Mr.
Mr. Murphy,
Murphy?
could you please speak into the microphone
sorry.
so the transcript, the record is clear?
I was just saying I have not been approached.
It is the board that wants to hear you. You can have your comment with the city on their time.
Got it. Okay. I think I've probably taken enough time then. All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. I know we'll hear from you again, sir. No one else is standing up in the room? I know over there it's our staff. No? Anyone online? Do we have any online requests?
We do have one Jordan Sisson.
Jordan, last name I'm not going to try, but you will tell us and you'll spell it, please. If you'd unmute yourself, we will listen to you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Jordan Sisson. That's spelled S-I-S-S-O-N. I'm a CEQA attorney here on behalf of my client, Sacramento resident Mark Porondo. We submitted a very short comment earlier today to the board clerk asking for some questions to be answered. And I would say first, thank you so much for this opportunity to have this informational session. Two, I think some of my questions have been answered, but there is also some follow-up questions that I think my client most definitely is interested in learning more and participating in this process. So to be fairly brief, the first would be, we would love to see these slides made available. I'm not sure if they could be posted on the agenda after the fact or provided to our office. That'd be very helpful, first and foremost.
The answer is yes.
Thank you so much. Second, on the CEQA process, thank you for letting us know that the city is planning on doing a supplement EIR. But we were wondering where they're at in that stage and if they have plans in terms of how long that public comment period is going to be. Again, here, I think we heard it's going to be a supplemental EIR to now a 25-year-old document. So I imagine it's going to be very lengthy, and we would definitely urge an adequate public comment period to comment on that. So that'd be our second question.
Let's pause right there. I forgot who your name is. Ms. Johnson, are you willing to answer that one now, or to say that you'll get back to us?
I'll say that I can get back to you. We have discussed, well, we haven't settled on the public comment, but we have discussed that we do want to make sure that there's adequate time for people to review the document, given consideration that it is the original document was completed quite a while ago.
So it would be fair to say writing it is underway, and at some point you will provide your indication of the length of public input.
Correct.
Oh, Mr. Wood Rogers. I know that's not your name. Okay. All right. Mr. Sifson, you want to continue?
Yes, thank you so much. On the NEPA process, it's kind of a twofold question. Is there a sense of what is the plan analysis? Is it going to be an environmental assessment, a FONSI, a mitigated FONSI, an environmental impact statement? And who exactly is the contact person at the Federal Highway Administration that is the kind of program lead or the lead on that NEPA review?
Oh, and this is regarding the federal action in NEPA?
Yes, yes.
The expectation, we're processing as an environmental assessment, and the expectation is that it will lead to a FONSI. We're not expecting any unmitigated impacts. And due to the nature of the funding, FHWA delegates the NEPA approval down to Caltrans. So Caltrans is effectively the lead agency under NEPA.
I have some hand signals going on.
I was just
Mr. Buell,
trying to get
you
him, Mr. Salveson, to state his name for the record when he speaks again. Thank you.
I'm sorry, that was.
My apologies. Matt Salveson with Wood Rogers. I'll get it at the beginning next time.
That's why when they come up, the president will introduce you again. So we'll
There you
work
go.
on that, sir.
Yes. Did that answer your question, sir?
Yes, but if there's an actual contact person, I'm sorry, Jordan Sisson for the record. Do we have an actual contact at Caltrans for the NEPA review?
Yes, I don't have that specific contact information with me, but yes, there is a lead at Caltrans.
Will you
Thank you.
provide that to this person and to our board staff?
Yes, we can provide it probably in whatever format you need, yes.
No, I don't know.
Thank you so much. On our next question would be, can you quickly outline all the entitlements and permits that are being sought from the lead agency and responsible agencies such as the City of Sacramento and Central Valley?
I didn't hear all that.
Mr. Sifson, is your question the time period for the permitting process?
No, do we have a sense of which exact permits or entitlements being requested that's going to be, that's kind of associated with this project and CEQA NEPA review?
Yeah, there's quite a few permits and probably more than I want to go on record right here because I want to make sure I nail that down exactly. The permit associated with this board is probably the most, I don't know if compelling is the right word, but will be the most time-consuming and effort-driven. We're not anticipating the need for any unusual environmental permits, but that's speculation at this point as we haven't completed our due diligence on the cultural and biological studies.
Thank you.
Please, sir, this is President Dolan again. I in no way intend to speak on behalf of the city, but earlier on during the meeting this afternoon, perhaps you heard a recitation of some of the permits and the analysis, and there are reviews and studies being done before it's that. So it's cultural and environmental and the flood board and the Army Corps and who knows who or what else. but it won't be a secret, and they'll all be public.
Very much so.
Thank you.
Thank you
Megan
so
Johnson.
much. I've got maybe two more quick questions. Regarding the safety plan, at this time, it seems like it's really for the public in terms of what the public agency is willing to do and planning to do. But is it going to provide any opportunities for private action, such as allowing residents to increase the height of their fences, landscaping? I think, as you heard earlier, there is some public safety concerns, privacy concerns. Obviously, my client has, great respect for the city and its agencies, but, it is his home, it is his family, and I'm sure that his concern is shared by many others that would like to have the ability to do some self-remedy to protect, their privacy interests and their public safety interests. Is there any discussion of that in the safety plan at this time?
This is Megan Johnson. Most of our discussions going on right now with our partner entities, with SAC PD and the park rangers, is centered on what we as the public entity have the ability to plan for and execute. With regards to what the private property owners do, certainly that's generally out of our control. Private property owners can make decisions that they would like to for their own properties, provided that it's consistent with flood control maintenance elements. We can consider identifying like a potential toolkit that property owners can implement on their own, but of course it would be at their discretion to do so.
Thank you. There was also some discussion, again, sorry, Jordan Sissa for the record. In your timeline, it did identify some eminent domain and right-of-way proceedings starting, I guess, in 2024. Is there any sense of analysis of maybe interim impacts from the time that this CEQA NEPA review process is done and this honorable board makes a decision on the encroachments and these permits to when the entire project's done? I'm speaking specifically to the idea that if the trail is made available before all the components are in place for the protection of residents, is that being analyzed in the NEPA and CEQA review process from both an environmental perspective, but also from a public safety side?
If I understand, this
Matt
is Matt
Salveson.
Salveson, thank you. If I understood your question correctly, after the CEQA and NEPA environmental processes are complete and those documents are approved, the city is estimating 18 to 24 months after that in order to complete the right-of-way acquisition of any needed easements and the permitting phase, and a lot of that's, and the permit phase that will probably, or the element of the permits that will probably drive that schedule is probably with this board. So our target date, as I mentioned, is the end of this calendar year to complete the environmental planning phase, and then 18 to 24 months after that, we should be ready to go to construction with at least phase one.
Yeah, Megan Johnson. To just kind of drive home that point, the completion of the CEQA and NEPA document won't be the time in which the levee top trail becomes public access. It will be with the completion of the right-of-way process, which will be much closer to construction. And so the frame of time between the right-of-way the levee becoming public access and the construction happening will be much smaller.
Gotcha. Thank you so much. I'll submit at that with the last ask. I imagine Ms. Johnson and Mr. I apologize, Salveson, you two would be the appropriate people for further information in terms of setting up maybe meetings with my client or to get more information. You two would be the most appropriate staff to reach out to?
Yeah, my recommendation is we have our public hotline and website and email address. Just for documentation purposes, going through our email address is great because it'll just get filed appropriately. But absolutely, we're happy to meet with your client and talk more.
Thank you so much.
Oh,
And
Ms.
thank you,
Johnson,
Madam
yes.
Chair.
I'm trying.
Thank you. I'm trying to.
Mr. Sifson, is that your list?
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair, for your time, Madam President, and the entire board. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you. We have another online request. Is that correct? Mr. Mark Portoando, how'd I do this time, sir? You can unmute yourself. Or not.
Oh, there I am. Thank you. No, it took a second. You did perfect. That's better than most of my teachers in all of my schools. Well, yes, thank you very much. Yes, Board President Dolan, fellow members of the board, I did speak earlier about the need for permitted temporary fencing on the levee protecting private parcels in the interim until any city plan for a proposed trail is final and a plan that addresses privacy, safety, and these liability concerns that folks like myself have, many of whom are actually supportive of a trail. Just want to make sure that the process is adhered to and it goes through properly. Some folks that spoke earlier today, in my mind, are spreading misinformation surrounding the proposed trail, saying that temporary fences are blocking public access. Those fences, they are within significant portions of the planned trail that are on private property. So thank you very much, Megan and Matt, for reminding folks that there are significant parcels that are private and that the public cannot access. I believe it's upwards of 70 properties along the river. That might mostly be in phase 2, but it's a significant amount. So any effort to say otherwise, that the public should have access, is advocating for crime. Property owners have mentioned their experiences when they have not felt safe due to individuals' aggressive behavior on their property. And this is not only those that are, transients that are threatening violence and that they do, but also those thinking that they do have access to the property because there's signs aren't really working, right? The no trespassing sign. So some of these folks are up there and they become, nearly violent when asked to leave. So neighbors, some of which are elderly that live next to me, they don't even want to go up there because they don't want to get involved in an altercation with someone. So comments earlier today, they do not further any dialogue. They just inflame passions. Last week, I encountered an individual ripping through the temporary gates and stealing the locks that are floodboard or floodboard staff Army Corps locks. So they're, taking public property. I personally witnessed fires on the levee, drug remnants from encampments on my own property and elsewhere that I have asked people to leave and kick out. There are camps all along the parkways. I don't know where these people are looking in the past 50 years. It's pretty easy to find. Folks are down amongst the trees and then they move up top once the waters rise. I drove by Garden Highway during the flood season and saw just a massive amount of people on either side of the trail over there. And, that's a significant safety concern. The Army Corps contractors during Shrell 3 required a police presence on some of the levee work due to violence directed at the workers. So you can see why some of my neighbors are worried about safety. Trash and debris, individuals drinking and partying well past midnight, motorcycles, aggressive dogs off leash, destruction of private property, people peeing in my yard. Like, these are all issues that individuals in support of currently just having everything be de facto open, I personally don't think they care about. These will all be handled, I hope, once the safety plan is in place, but like Matt and Megan said, it's not in place right now. Police, fire, park rangers currently do not access this part of the levee because the city knows that it's private property. The city attorney has routinely answered this question to members of the public, to journalists. She even sent a letter CCing the former president of this board, stating that the Crown is not open to a recreational easement. I'm sorry, I wrote this up before Megan and Matt gave their presentation, so I'm sorry if it's being redundant. But I did attach that letter and I sent it to the board, or to Ryan Jones, for all the board members to have it.
We do have it. This is the president. We do have it.
Okay. But so yeah, if there is an issue on or around my property, I call the police and they come to my house. I'm sorry the members of the public don't think a deranged man standing on the levee cursing at me and my 5-year-old daughter is worthy of police, but I do. So forcing fences down for the city actually has a trail in place with the privacy and the security and the liability measures. You know, as we've talked about, that is a massive disruption, kind of the status quo that folks have had. City representatives know this. That's why the right of way is going to happen for any potential future trail. So all that I and my neighbors are asking is that the city and the board follow the rules and take the appropriate measures to ensure liability, privacy, and safety concerns are addressed. Megan and Matt have been great in answering questions. I have met with them both on a couple of Zoom calls and then at the Kennedy High School thing. So it's you know, they're great providing this information surrounding our areas of concern, but that is why we are asking that those temporary fences that have been up are currently in place. I do have a quick question. I just want to get that out of the way because of folks' comments earlier.
All right, sir, but you're over time,
Yes.
so make it quick.
I'm sorry, one quick question. Okay, so is there, during flood season, flood monitoring activities, I'm curious about if part of the plan, because Matt had mentioned maintenance work and how it might change going forward. So I've witnessed crews having to stop because folks are up top. Like, is it like during high water seasons, flood fighting activities, are folks going to not be allowed up there? Is there like a curfew? That was just my one question. And then also, in the future and moving forward on a safety plan or a privacy plan, or maybe the plan for the project once it's underway, even if the state will reject it, I'm curious to have the city look into this idea of having a parallel fence at the top of the levee, because some of us are smack dab up against the levee, and I mean our backyards are extremely close, a lot more than folks down south by Garcia Bend, and so I want to just see if that's even feasible to have some type of privacy fencing, you know, chain link with something through the flats, and if there's any way to kind of get around that, because I think that if you do have something like that, you'll have, you know, there won't be as much concern over, you know, privacy. So those are my questions and my comments. Thank you very much.
Okay, this is President Dolan again. I'm not going to ask the city to answer those questions, one of which is with the maintenance area staff who are not here, so that will be transmitted. But everything that was said today will be sent to the city so that the questions can be answered to everyone and to your detail. Yeah. So noted, and we'll pass them on. Thank you, sir. Do we have any others online? Well, I had predicted many more. So one last call before we go to our other regular agenda items. Member Johnson.
Thank you, President Dolan.
Of course.
Brian Johnson.
I said Member Johnson. I'm getting better.
Secretary Johnson. I stand corrected. I just wanted to speak briefly about some of the comments, and thank you all for coming here to begin the process with us. I want to thank Ms. Johnson and Mr. Salveson for the presentation. Very professional and helpful and good to be here early. I want to thank the folks who came to speak. This is obviously a tricky issue that involves some strongly held feelings and interesting legal and policy questions, and it's good for us to be able to hear from all of you. I'll note, as the secretary, that we had a number of folks who also submitted written comments, mainly written versions of oral presentations. A couple of people who submitted written comments because they weren't able to stay for the duration. We'll make those available to anybody who wants. A couple of folks who submitted those suggested that we should read them into the record, and I'll just note that our protocol doesn't have us read the comments into the transcript, but we have circulated them and do circulate them to the board, and they are part of the record. And some of those questions, some of those comments included questions that we were able to answer today, or you were able to answer today. And there were other questions that we weren't. And I just want to note that they're good questions and they need to be answered. And so I know that our staff will be in touch, but I would just reinforce our interest in being able to be back to Mr. Murphy and Mr. Sisson and others who had questions as soon as we can for things that are within our purview to clarify what our process is and how they should engage with us, because that'll make for a better outcome. And for the questions that go to other parties or should have been directed to other parties, we'll help them identify who to ask. And a few of those questions are things that we won't know until we have the safety plan and the actual proposal, but we can do our best to help folks engage with us in the process and move it forward so that if we can't get to a situation where everybody is satisfied with the outcome, we at least have a sense of mutual respect and engagement that people can abide by. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Johnson. Very valuable comments. That is in the transcript. I know staff was listening, so if there's no objection to the board, then that would be the direction that staff prepare that as outlined by Member Johnson. No objections. So it will be done. Thank you. Anyone else brave enough to follow that erudite response? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Thank you.
We appreciate your time.
Levinson? I predicted an hour and a half. Shows you what I know. All right. We are at Board Item 10D. As Dan. This is for information. Mr. Zalazo, who just does this as
My second
so enjoyable
job.
to you. I'm not going to ask you to go 70 miles an hour, just maybe 50. You're going to give a background for a project partnership agreement.
That's correct.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, President Dolan and members of the board. I'm Mike Solazzo, board staff with the Flood System Improvement Branch. It's my pleasure to be here to lead the briefing on the project partnership agreement for the Sacramento River Bank Protection Project, which would allow the construction of up to 80,000 feet of bank protection work within Phase 2. To assist in the presentation, I have Bob Clark of the Department of Water Resources available online, as well as Fernando Gonzalez of the Army Corps to answer any questions at the end of the presentation. So the Sacramento River Bank Protection Project is a long-term construction project to improve bank stability throughout the Sacramento River Flood Control Project. The nature of the work makes it an atypical project, atypical civil works project. It distinguishes it from regular operation and maintenance versus a typical federal civil works project. However, with other federal civil works projects, it does require a project partnership agreement for construction to begin. The project includes opportunities to reevaluate the economic analysis that was used in the post-authorization change report that supports the authorization. So, thank you. Next one. The Sacramento River Flood Control Project levees are shown on the map here, going from south to north from the town of Collinsville and the south up to Chico. It includes about 1,300 miles of project levees. There we go. The project is a shared effort between the federal government and the state acting through the board. And this partnership has continued since the initial authorization of the project through the Flood Control Act of 1960 and has resulted in over 158 levees, 158 miles of levee improvements. With the authorization through the Water Resources Development Act of 2007, the board is requested to continue this partnership by approving the proposed PPA, or project partnership agreement.
Muted me. This is President Dolan. How did it get to be Phase 2 when there already was a Phase 2?
Phase 2 did begin in the 70s, and then there was an additional need to conduct additional work for 80,000 feet, so it was just an additional authorization onto that Phase 2.
The 1974 authorization.
That was the initial authorization for Phase 2 was in 74, and then now this, say, supplemental or subsequent authorization for Phase 2 is in 2007. The state and federal government began construction of the project through a series of local cooperation agreements, and the current cost share in place right now is 2/3 federal and 1/3 non-federal. The proposed PPA applies the currently authorized cost share of 65% federal and 35% non-federal. And the PPA also requires the state to contribute up to 45% of total project costs through real estate contributions if necessary. Now, total project costs are estimated to be about $815 million, with average O&M maintenance costs to be about $120,000 per year per site. There is no Section 902 cost limit. The Phase 2 is limited only by mainly by the 80,000 feet of bank protection to be constructed. Now, in approving the PPA, the board is accepting the responsibility for conducting O&M in accordance with federal regulations. The board will be requested to delegate authority to staff in transferring this responsibilities to the local maintaining agencies. The post-authorization change report was approved by the board in July of 2020. It supported the proposed PPA and also provided some generic conceptual designs for bank protection measures, such as the setback levy shown in the figure below, a bank fill with or without vegetation, in-stream woody material, an adjacent levee built next to the existing levee, or a waterside berm with in-stream woody material. Where is it? Oh, there we go. There's the waterside berm with the in-stream woody material. The post-authorization change report determined total project costs by extrapolating the average cost per foot for the 15 sites selected in the study that totaled 7,000 feet. And those were in economically justified basins, and those within the study, and those are shown highlighted in the figure on the right. But due to the inflation, the price has increased to 10,000 feet, or cost has increased to 10,000 feet, $10,000 per acre, per foot with the PPA. Instead of using a system-wide approach, as was originally intended in the initial authorization, the project delineated the study area into basins for evaluating project benefits, and resulted in basins with predominantly urban populations or areas that could have severe agricultural damages to be prioritized for repair. There is a site selection process in place that includes site surveys and prioritizing those sites through a ranking system, and then justifying repairs on those sites through an economic analysis if they're in those economically justified basins. And then planning and designing construction activities would follow. Economic reevaluation reports will be conducted every 5 years to determine if their project benefits are the same, haven't changed. The most recent inspection from 2017 identified 192 sites. Of those, there are 29 critical sites, meaning that there is still an increased risk for levee failure throughout the system, and it will continue to be so as the project is constructed. The Army Corps has allocated $150,000 for executing the PPA and $450,000 for initial work within the 7 justified basins. Rather than use that $450,000 for design, that money may be better used for conducting an economic update, which could find federal interest in additional basins and address some of these considerations that include the impact of delineating the project into subbasins and how that project could affect adjacent basins. And if that basin framework is retained, is it possible to redefine the boundaries of those economically justified basins using current hydrologic or other information? Also, designs should be prepared to optimize project benefits for each site. And federal, state, and local agencies should continue to collaborate on the economic analysis and site selection and implementation process so that the work is completed with these considerations in mind. Next steps are to present the PPA for board approval at the June meeting, followed by obtaining signatures from the Army Corps and board ahead of the end of the federal fiscal year. The project delivery team will meet regarding the economic update and begin developing a project management plan when funding is available that would outline the roles and responsibilities of the team and map out strategies to meet the objectives agreed upon for the project. So thank you for allowing me to go through quickly and brief you on this project partnership agreement. Fernando, Bob, and myself are available to answer any questions or to note any comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Board member questions? Let me start here on the right. Yes? I should look. Member Ramirez. Go.
Thank you, President Dolan. Thanks for the presentation. I'm glad you guys came a month early. I've got some questions. Where is the funding, this non-federal state funding coming from, and whose obligation is it to provide the O&M funding?
So the O&M funding, the $120,000 per year, I believe that's the responsibility of the local maintaining agency. But I'll defer to Bob Clark from the Department of Water Resources to correct me if I'm wrong and answer that second part about the non-federal portion from some state program.
So there's, okay, so we don't know yet. There's some state money.
Well, let me see if Bob
Okay.
in the virtual world can answer that.
Is this the person who's online?
He is, yeah.
All right. What's the name
Can
again?
you guys hear me?
There he is, yeah.
Yes, please state your name again.
Okay, great, thank you. Yes, Bob Clark, senior engineer with the Flood Maintenance and Operations Branch, Department of Water Resources. Yes, Board Member Ramirez, the funding is being provided through the Department of Water Resources. Currently, right now, we have funding through our general fund. Previously, funding for Sac Bank was provided through Prop 1E funding, which has now expired. So we anticipate in the future that it would continue to be funded through our funding sources available to us.
And same for the O&M funding, the annual funding? I know there's multiple agencies where this work is going to be done, right? It's not just one.
That's correct.
That's correct. For O&M, the responsibilities, O&M agreements will be have to be entered into with the local agencies to provide assurances for O&M after these sites are repaired by the Corps under this program. And so O&M responsibilities will be transferred to the local maintaining agency. And so continued annual O&M funding would come from the local maintaining agency.
Okay, thank you.
Many of those, many of those assurances have already been in place.
Right. So there's money available for the upfront, it's state money, and then it gets delegated locally. We will not see those agreements next month. We'll only see the agreement for the funding for the work to be constructed, presumably, right? Those all things come later.
Yes.
Okay. I'll probably hold my thoughts maybe and maybe talk to you offline between now and the next meeting. This has always been a square peg in a round hole for me. You know, this is a very old authority. A lot of the work that was done at the beginning is in the middle of the Sacramento River now. This feels like an ongoing responsibility for the people that they already have for maintenance and operations. I'm not against trying to make sure that the work gets done, but it just feels like we're really trying to be very creative with a very old authority that predates most of the rules that we have to follow now to get work done. And I'm not against getting federal money, you know, into the state process to help with that responsibility that we have, but maybe you can help me understand better how that's really going to work this time and going to be a benefit as compared to what it's been in the past, where it's created more problems and responsibility looking backwards in time, right? There's a lot of costs that the state has borne because of the work that was done previously by the program. So I just want to make sure that we're really dotting our I's and crossing our T's. I'm sure you guys have done a lot of work between now and then, and this was a very quick overview. I just wanted to put a flag up, and maybe we can talk offline between now and June.
I look forward to that.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Member Ramirez. I was very facetiously thinking how many people in this room were alive in 1974. And I don't want to guess. Well, yeah, just barely. And what were the differences between the way we looked at rivers and flood protection and that, and in 2023? So, I as well have some questions on that. And I actually have pictures of the 1960s work that a pile of rocks in the middle of the Sacramento River that no one can figure out who's responsible for removing because the river just decided to go around it.
Well, this isn't the only time to offer any comments or questions. You can always reach out to me via email or through staff. So
We'll do that. All right. Any on this side? Member Johnson.
Thank you, Secretary Brian Johnson here. I just want to also echo what Board Member Ramirez said here. I would encourage you to share information about the program that would be in the packet as soon as you can, probably with all of us, certainly with me, and I'll want to talk about it and not be reviewing just in the packet. When this came around last time, I was a newer board member. I had a lot of questions. There were statements in the thing that I was being asked to approve about decisions that the board had made about design approaches, and as best as I could tell, it wasn't clear if the board had ever made any of those decisions or if it was being carried forward through momentum and inertia. And I didn't vote against it because I saw some of the pictures of things that were happening, but I had a lot of questions about what the program was really doing and how it had come to be. I think Board Member Ramirez might have voted against it. And so I really would like this time to make sure that I understand what I'm voting for and what the history is and how design choices for future construction will be carried out.
and definitely encourage you to send me those questions as soon as you can.
Thank you. On this side. Board Member Countryman. Of course. Did you help design some of the, never mind. Never mind.
You know, this economic justification thing is like a key piece. I'm sure Tim and I know personally have seen stretches where bank protection had been put in years ago. The river had changed course and left the rock, you know, sitting out in the middle someplace. And so, like, there's a question, like, do we really have to maintain that rock? You know, if the river has been bypassed? And I'm not really aware of very much actual repair of damaged rock protection by local interests. Most LMAs really aren't set up very well for that type of work. So, but on the other side, this is an extremely important project to the state of California to maintain the levee system. So I think possibly, you know, with the economic justification, it's going to be, the work's going to be confined to areas where there'd be no question, you know, does the rock need to be replaced or not, versus up in the Butte Basin area where it's like, it didn't make any sense. So I guess, go ahead.
Just to follow up on what you were saying, is that not necessarily all the work will be confined to the economically justified basins. It's just the first round. Those are the ones that are prioritized the highest. The next series of economic reevaluation reports can look at sites that are maybe critical sites, but may not be located in the ones that are determined to be economically justifiable at this time.
Yeah, I would think we just do critical sites, but now in the past, Fish and Game and Fish and Wildlife, or Fish and, excuse me, not Fish and Game, Fish and Wildlife for the state and I guess also for the feds was like adamantly opposed to the bank protection projects. Has accommodation been made with their concerns?
I have to go back to when the PACR was approved, the post-authorization change report was approved, and the environmental analysis that was conducted in around 2007, to answer that question. Oh. Okay, let me bring up Fernando Gonzalez from the Army Corps.
Please state your name again.
Fernando Gonzalez. I'm a project manager with the Army Corps of Engineers for Sacramento Riverbank Protection Project. Good afternoon, President Dolan and members of the board. This is my first time, please be gentle. So in the PACR, there is mitigation. So for whenever there's the Fish and Wildlife Service and NIMS, I'm blanking on their acronym, what that means, but there's supposed to be mitigation for any disturbance along the river in the form of riparian plantings. So it's been covered.
So that additional cost, I mean, the good old days, quote, we went out there, stripped the bank and reformed the slope and put rock on it and left. And of course, the shaded riverine vegetation was disappearing. So these cost estimates you have include the shaded riverine mitigation?
Yes, that is correct.
Right, Mr. Countryman, Board Member Countryman, some of the sites.
Mr. Zalazo is back.
Yes, this is Mike Salazzo, board staff. Just wanted to point out that some of the, some of the conceptual design drawings include riparian vegetation or these shaded riparian areas that you're talking about. So there are some sites that are selected where that design would be applied or is best applied. So that's still a part of the design.
Have you ever seen shaded riverine habitat on top of rock?
Not successfully.
I'm hoping we're not rocking existing shaded riverine habitat.
President Dolan?
Yeah, I would assume that the critical areas where life is in danger, critical infrastructure, it might be falling into the river.
Well, I should clarify that the riparian vegetation, the trees are up on the upper bank. The
Upper
rock
bank,
slope is
yeah.
down.
I've seen those photos. Yeah, I've seen some treatment in certain places where there's a highway next to it, not a duck club.
President Dolan? May I ask just one more question?
Yes, Board Member Ramirez.
Thank you.
As many as you wish.
Well, I think it's just one. I'm really glad.
It's going too long.
Thank you for that, Joe. That was a great question, and it made me think of another one, which is whether or not we have to issue a permit ourselves for the work that's going to be done. If we're making changes to the levees, I'm wondering what action we might need to take besides the cost share agreement as a non-federal sponsor.
I don't believe there is any permits that we would be issuing. All the work would be classified as a system feature included in the O&M operation maintenance manuals?
Yeah, if those are the kind of things I think that would be really helpful to spell out in the agenda item. You know, do we have the permits we need to build the project? Are those included in the cost estimate? What, if any, action does the board need to take for the work to be done? Anybody else doing work on the levee, they'd be getting a permit from us, right? So if we don't need to do that, it'd be really good to know really clearly why we don't. Thank you.
Any other board member? Member Bosler? We're gonna have to call
Well,
him.
since I'm new to this, I'm going to ask lots of really basic questions, but I'm just wondering, I mean, this is a large project, a lot of money from the federal government, which is very appreciated, but it seems like it's really just taking, it's rocking what is already there, like without regard for other types of projects that are also contributing significantly to flood protection, but maybe have different shapes. So I'm just wondering, is there a way to talk at the highest levels, about how we might be able to move some of the money into those other projects that are not just rocking? And I mean, I guess I just don't have a sense of all the places, because there's certainly some places where that's the only option, but there might be other places where there's alternative projects. Yeah, oh.
Mr. Countryman, you can answer that? And not one of these experts, and Mark List is waiting. I know you're an expert, but you're also.
It's just a lot of money, right?
So go ahead and try. Go ahead.
Well, we can't transfer the money to another project. It's a federal project for
Well,
bank,
yeah,
it has to
that's the
be bank
question.
protection. But along the American River, which was confined, we overbuilt the bank where the rock was going to be and put trees and stuff in it. It significantly increased the cost of the project, but it was self-mitigating. So things like that can be done, but not transferred to another project.
Okay.
There you are.
Right.
Thank you.
So there's just not a lot of options then.
More comments over here?
No, I think we're just trying to, I'm just trying to understand the confines of the project.
We all are, even if we've been here for a while. We all are. Mark List, did you put your hand up online? If you want to speak, you can unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mark List, DWR Division of Flood Management, Flood Maintenance and Operations Branch, counterpart with Bob Clark. So I guess hearing the questions of board members and some of the comments, the big picture issue with the Sacramento River Bank Protection Project is it's a recognition by the federal government that there were some features that may still have federal interest to continue helping the state correct. As Board Member Bosler appropriately said, there's a lot of federal investment in this. It's a tool in our tool chest that allows the state to achieve flood risk reduction benefits with federal dollars. And in context to Mr. Ramirez's comments about permitting, it's the federal government carrying out the work, so the state doesn't require any hoops to jump through from the project modification point of view, because the federal government is making those project modifications, similar to PL 8499, where the federal government comes in and helps us to keep the system working properly. So I guess big picture, 80,000 additional linear feet to get critical bank protection addressed throughout the system, or at least throughout the system that is economically justified. The Corps of Engineers has a benefit cost ratio that they work through. So from that perspective, it's a positive item that allows the state to get federal investment to reduce flood risk. That's all I had to add. Over.
Thank you. Any more comments? Anything else you wish to add, Mr. Zalazo?
No, thank you.
Mr. Clark? Nope. All right, then we'll move on. I know we have staff here that have been waiting. Andrea Buckley, come on down. at Board Item 10E. That would be not easy. We've been asking for board staff activities report on their branches, so this is the third, I believe. Environmental Services and Land Management Division will present information on their activities. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, President Dolan, Vice President Valines, members of the board, Andrea Buckley, Chief of the Environmental Services and Land Management Division. I'm happy here to back at City Hall and to give you a briefing, informational briefing on the activities of environmental services and land management. I have the team here, and we're going to approach this a little differently and let the team who's actually doing the day-to-day work present some of the materials that you're going to be hearing today from our environmental services first. So I can advance. And here's our environmental services team, and I would say also our land management team as well, since we do have a few vacancies on the right-of-way side for our land management team. We have Jennifer Callis, Angela Nguyentan, Jamie Silva, and Greg Hendricks for all senior environmental scientists on our team. And just an overarching of our division goals here. We support all the operational programs, including permitting and enforcement, as well as a large role is the support on all our board-sponsored projects for the civil works that you've been hearing about. Additionally, we are committed to further developing relationships with tribal governments, with dedicated staff for that now. And we're striving to make that connection robust and meaningful. And of course, a management and control of the Sacramento and San Joaquin Drainage District for the primary purpose of flood risk reduction, but also keeping in mind that our land could also be used for multi-purposes. So with that, I'm going to introduce the first speaker, Jamie Silva from Environmental Services, to speak to our operational program support.
Thank you, Andrea. Good afternoon, President Dolan, Vice President Valines, members of the board. My name is Jamie Silva, Board Environmental Staff. I'll be giving a brief overview of our encroachment permit environmental process. It begins with board permitting and environmental staff attending monthly pre-application meetings, as well as Army Corps Section 404 pre-application meetings. Environmental staff ensures that the applicant is aware of the proper environmental documentation that is required when they submit an application to the board. Once we receive an application, it is the responsibility of the assigned environmental staff to conduct a completeness review pursuant to Title 23. Interagency coordination is critical to provide a streamlined permitting process. Board environmental staff will coordinate with the 408 team to ensure proper documentation is submitted for federal consultations. During the CEQA compliance review process, environmental staff will review the project and make their own independent significant findings. After project approval, the environmental staff will prepare a CEQA notice for the executive officer to sign, which will be filed with the state clearinghouse. For projects that do not have a CEQA document, the board will act as lead agency and determine whether a CEQA categorical or statutory exemptions are applicable. Board environmental staff will conduct an environmental analysis and findings and file a notice of exemption with the state clearinghouse. For projects that have an existing CEQA document, whether that be an initial study, mitigated negative declaration, or environmental impact report, board staff will review the lead agency's significance findings for impacts under hydrology and flood impacts and leverage any hydraulics analysis or blockage calculations submitted and get concurrence from board engineering staff. From there, board environmental staff will prepare the environmental analysis and findings and file a notice of determination with the state clearinghouse. There we go. On this slide, you'll see that board discretionary actions cover a wide variety of projects, including special projects such as amending board policy regarding board participation on committees and liaison agreements, system-wide improvement framework or SWIFT letters of intent, no project findings which include name changes, no objection letters, and administrative actions such as O&M transfers, and encroachment permits from the permitting section, all of which need some form of CEQA coverage. To date, in 2023, the board has taken 46 discretionary actions for these 4 categories. In addition to our encroachment permit environmental process, board staff participates in a number of special interest planning groups. Prioritization of multi-benefit projects and nature-based solutions are an important facet of the 2022 CVFPP update when considering implementation of flood risk reduction projects, system-wide improvements, and ecological restoration. Initiatives such as the state's 30 by 30 and Cutting the Green Tape programs are critical in making progress towards our agency's goals. The Delta Levy MOU Working Group is comprised of the Flood Board, the Department of Water Resources, and Delta Stewardship Council staff. Topics of discussion include how state investments are prioritized for levee maintenance, data gaps in assessing levee conditions, future funding opportunities for the subventions program, and other programs such as the Stewardship Council's Delta Adapts. The Delta Levees and Habitat Advisory Committee holds monthly meetings between DWR, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, Delta Reclamation Districts, and other Delta stakeholders to discuss potential issues related to the implementation of Delta Levee flood protection and habitat improvement activities. The Delta Plan Interagency Implementation Committee Restoration Subcommittee advances the planning and implementation of restoration work in the Delta as laid out in the Delta Plan Chapter 4 Amendments Restoration Targets. The subcommittee's primary goals are to develop strategies for land acquisition and long-term ownership and management of lands, develop funding strategies, establish program-level endangered species permitting mechanisms, coordinate with the Delta Science Program to align state, federal, and local resources for scientific support of restoration efforts, and develop a landscape scale strategy for recreational access to existing and future restoration sites. Now I'll be passing it on to Angela Wintun, Board Environmental Staff, to discuss board-sponsored projects.
Thank you, Jamie.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, President Dolan, Vice President Vines, and members of the board. My name is Angela Nguyentan, and I'm Board Environmental Staff. Board Environmental Staff coordinate with the Army Corps, DWR's Flood Projects Branch, and the board's Flood Systems Improvement Branch on the review and approval of board-sponsored projects and the related encroachment permits. Oh, thank you. You might want to see my slide. Is it the red button? The right button? Okay, sorry. Thanks, guys. Okay. Projects including the Marysville Ring Levee project in Yuba County, the American River Common Features 2016 project along the American and Sacramento Rivers, and the Folsom Dam Raise project at Folsom Lake are intended to improve or add facilities to the state federal flood management system known as the State Plan of Flood Control to increase levels of flood protection for urban areas. On this slide, you can see there's been a lot of board activity this year, board-sponsored activity. The board has issued 33 early implementation project encroachment permits for utilities, ramps, and similar encroachments located within the various phases of the Natomas Levee Improvement Program and the Feather River West Levee Project. In addition, board environmental staff provided review and recommended the approval of 6 addendums to previously certified environmental documents and approval of geotechnical surveys for the upcoming TS30L modified Lower San Joaquin project. And finally, board environmental staff assisted with 5 encroachment actions, including permit revocations and encroachment removals. Most of those were along the Sorrel project area. And while the board has approved 6 addendums this calendar year, we wanted to highlight 2 addendums that were approved during the month of May, so this month. Since the 2022 supplemental Environmental Impact Report Environmental Assessment, or EIR-EA, for the Sacramento River East Levee Contract 4 project was certified in October of 2022, project design refinements have occurred. The addendum for the Sorrel C4 project analyzed the reduction of total linear feet of levee improvements with station shifts and the expansion of the North Beach Lake Levee staging area and removal of an additional 2.95 acres of vegetation canopy. However, these modifications are considered minor in nature and would not result in any new significant or potentially significant environmental impacts. The addendum was approved by the board's executive officer on May 5th, 2023. Construction of the Sorrel C4 project began on April 13th and is expected to continue through December of 2023. In this slide, you'll see a project map of the Marysville Ring Levee Highway 70 Gap project, or the Marysville Ring Levee project. The Environmental Assessment Initial Study, or EAIS, for the Marysville Ring Levee Yuba River Basin, California project was certified on April 23rd of 2010. Since the adoption of that EAIS, project design refinements have occurred to Phase 2 of the project, located at the gap between Phase 2B and 2C, under and near the Highway 70 bridge. The addendum analyzed impacts associated with construction of a fill berm, as well as a change in construction method from a jet grout cutoff wall on the water side of the levee to installation of a seepage berm feature on the landside toe of the levee. The executive officer approved the addendum, which was prepared in accordance with CEQA on May 8th, 2023. Construction is expected to begin in the summer of 2023 and last 2 construction seasons. And I will now have Jen Callis take over the presentation to speak to you about some of our section's ongoing and upcoming projects.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, President Dolan, Vice President Valines, and members of the board. My name is Jen Callis, and I am Board Environmental Staff. Board Environmental Staff continues to coordinate with DWR's Flood Projects branch on several ongoing board-sponsored projects. These include the TS30L Modified Lower San Joaquin River Project and the Sacramento River Erosion Contract 4 project. This summer, geotechnical borings are expected to occur to inform the design for the upcoming supplemental EIR for the TS30L Modified Lower San Joaquin River Project. It is anticipated that a supplemental EIR will be publicly circulated later this year. The Sacramento River Erosion Contract 4 project proposes the construction of levee improvements to address concerns along approximately 1,700 linear feet of the Sacramento River East Levee. The draft supplemental EIR-EA was circulated from March 1st to April 14th of this year. 8 comments were received from the public. In general, these comments were based on concerns with encroachment removals, pedestrian and bicycle access, trustee agency approval and plans, and fish habitat impacts. It is anticipated that DWR's Flood Projects branch will provide an informational briefing to the board this coming August, and board environmental staff will request the board's consideration of project approval and certification this September. With approximately 60% of the certifications and 40% of the construction completed for the overall American River Watershed Common Features project, we wanted to provide you with a look ahead of projects you will see during the remainder of the calendar year. In November 2021, the board approved geotechnical borings to inform the design of the Lower American River Contract 4A project. However, since that time, the project footprint has expanded, and it is expected that a request for additional geotechnical borings will be submitted during the second quarter of 2023. Season 2 of construction for the Lower American River Contract 2 began in April of 2023. Changes in working conditions has caused a change in staging area. An addendum to the previously certified supplemental EIS-ER will be prepared and submitted for the board to review during the third quarter of 2023. DWR's Flood Projects branch is currently working on the preparation of a comprehensive environmental document on behalf of and in coordination with the board. This comprehensive document will analyze the potential environmental impacts of multiple projects. It is anticipated that a draft environmental document will be provided for staff review during the third quarter of 2023. Construction of the Sacramento River Erosion Contract 1 project was completed in September 2022, with greening finishing in November of 2022. The high water events in January 2023 caused many plantings to be washed away and likely caused a bank slope failure along approximately 50 linear feet as seen in the photograph. The Army Corps is currently performing geotechnical investigations. Once completed, it is anticipated that an addendum to the previously certified supplemental EA-EIR will be submitted for review and approval by the board, and this is likely to occur during the fourth quarter of this year. Now I will pass it off to Greg Hendricks to discuss the board's efforts related to tribal engagement activities.
All right.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, President Dolan, Vice President Blinds, and members of the board. My name is Greg Hendricks, Board Environmental Staff and Tribe Liaison. I'll be giving a brief overview of our work with tribes and what we've been doing to increase tribal engagement. Board staff is actively affirming CVFPB's commitment to improving communication, collaboration, and consultation with tribes. In my role as tribal liaison, I have sought to increase communication and provide a consistent point of contact for tribes to reach out to with any concerns or questions. Having a dedicated tribal liaison has also allowed for increased coordination with CNRA sister agencies and Army Corps cultural staff. On this slide, I'll briefly go through a few of the current projects that we are working on. Board staff is involved in tribal consultation for the YOLO Bypass Cash Slough Partnership, which is striving to establish meaningful dialogue early on in the CEQA process to ensure CVFPB's tribal outreach efforts are consistent and with mandated tribal consultation policies, and ensures tribes know how information from consultation affected CVFPB's decision-making process. CVFPB is seeking to consult with tribes to identify and protect tribal cultural resources wherever feasible, and to develop treatment and mitigation plans for impacts. Additionally, board staff are going beyond mandated AB 52 requirements by getting approval from the YOLO Bypass Cash Slough Partnership Steering Committee to include tribal representatives in partnership working groups to ensure that tribal engagement is robust and goes beyond simply checking a box. Board staff is also committed to coordinating with tribes in any items of cultural significance discovered on Sacramento or San Joaquin Drainage District property, and will ensure that they are treated with dignity and respect. Board staff also participates in CNRA working groups alongside tribal liaisons from all CNRA agencies. These working groups provide a vital source of collaboration between the agencies working to tackle new challenges in the tribal affairs space. Board staff is actively involved in the co-management and access working group, the Ancestral Lands Return Working Group, the Bay Delta Working Group, as well as the monthly CNRA Tribal Liaison meeting. So in this slide, you'll see a fantastic picture of the CNRA Tribal Liaisons. And one of particular note is in the top center of the photo in a white shirt.
There you are.
There I am. So this was taken just last week when I attended the annual training and got to meet in person many of my fellow tribal affairs coworkers that represent their respective agencies. The training went over many topics, including co-management and tribal access agreements, an informational presentation from Washoe Councilmember Buck Cruz, and how to conduct effective AB 52 consultation. The training emphasized partnership with tribes with an eye towards collaborative problem solving and outlined CNRA goals and objectives in the tribal affairs space. Thanks for taking the time to hear from me. Up next is Andrea with a few slides on our land management activities.
Thank you, Greg. So now on to Sacramento and San Joaquin Drainage District. Just a refresher that the board has the authority under 8502 for management control of the Sacramento and San Joaquin Drainage District. And we own approximately 27,000 acres in fee title, 10,000 acres in joint use agreements, and 250,000 acres and easements. Those easements include O&M easements as well as flowage easements. And we manage these in partnership with DWR's real estate branch, which we have here. Some of the members of the real estate team. That real estate branch is comprised of two sections, an acquisition section that works on behalf of the SSJDD and a property management section. Next slide. So our acquisition section, you may not see them very often, but they are working very diligently. Amazing professionals that are doing those negotiations on behalf of the SSJDD. And we have here William Bowen, who works under with David Smith, the supervising right-of-way agent who couldn't be here today. And Omar Fernandez is also one of the key folks who's helping with American River Common Features negotiations. So if you guys could please stand from our acquisition side of the house. Their work is very much appreciated, is often why you don't see a lot of those condemnation actions in front of you because of the diligent work that they do. So thank you. Now on the Sacramento-San Joaquin Drainage District property management side, we have some dedicated professionals here. Casey Kimball is our supervising right-of-way agent, my counterpart over at Department of Water Resources Real Estate Branch. We work in very close coordination. And then we also have Patrick Nolan, senior right-of-way agent, who is funded directly by the board for their amazing support over at the real estate branch, working and having the expertise that we greatly appreciate. Some of the actions that we are working on currently, we didn't want to bring the whole breadth of information here, but right now we're working on proper decommissioning of some of the oil and gas wells that are wanting to be closed down, which is a complicated process in coordination with CalGEM and Department of Conservation. So we are seeking assistance in that. I want to call out a very special partnership that we have in the contract support that we get from Real Estate Branch on our upcoming middle mile broadband effort, lending their contracting support and getting us the assistance so that we can do adequate real estate reviews for those 140 plus encroachments that will be coming forth. So that'll be a big job, and we're very grateful for the contracting support that we're getting from the Real Estate Branch there. And the bread and butter of project management is encroachment permit reviews, applicants coming to us, encroaching on the SSJDD, or where we have new state plan of flood control needs, getting those rights conveyed over to the state. And that's a big job and needs a lot of support, and we will touch on that in a little bit. I'll give you a highlight on how our pilot program and the SSJDD abatement program, where we are doing remediation and abatement of areas that are experiencing some concerns, as you see in the picture here. And currently, we have an executed contract with the City of Sacramento. These two sites here are on Morrison Creek, and they're actually being remediated this week. We're happy that the city is moving forward on those sites, and we look to support them in that. We're also reviewing 2 applications for other governmental jurisdictions that are interested in that program. So moving forward with that. So some of the challenges that we have in the environmental services and land management are outdated Title 23 standards as they relate to the natural environment. And we're hoping to, as we go through resolution implementation, that was called out as an item that needs attention, and we're looking forward to engaging with staff and also members from non-governmental agencies to consult on what the best way is to marry the natural environment with our needs for flood control and flood risk reduction. Also, the right-of-way classification, we do have some hiring challenges with that. I know DWR also as well. It's a very specialized classification. It's a small pool of professionals, and we are working creatively to get the support we need for that land management role. And of course, touching again, just the balancing of the flood risk reduction with, as you heard from Jamie, all of the initiatives from the governor, the 30 by 30, the cutting green tape, all of those multi-benefit initiative projects that are going to be coming our way, to balancing the flood risk reduction needs and the land management needs as with environmental uplift. So we are working to address those challenges here with modernization of our database and modernization of our application processes, updating our standards for vegetation. Our vegetation standards need updating as well as management and control of the SSJDD needs some attention in the Title 23 arena. Increased coordination and consultation, which you heard from, which we are working on there. Just general strategic planning for the growth of the agency. Streamlining our policies and procedures, and then in alignment with the different operational programs, working on that this year. And then, as I mentioned before, enhancing and increasing our real estate reviews for proposed projects. Specifically, that's been highlighted in the last couple of years, are issues on how to quickly and effectively deal with what we consider obsolete levies, or making that real estate process as easy as possible, so that we can, as President Dolan said, pace and scale for those types of projects. And with that, is there any questions for me or the team here?
Thank you.
Welcome.
What a remarkable team and leader. Questions, comments? Buzzer Ramirez Johnson. Member Ramirez. Hit that unmute.
I'll hit the unmute. Thank you. I was trying to push the request to speak. Thank you. That was really great. I just wanted to acknowledge all the work that you guys do. We don't get to hear from very often. I know there's a lot more work to do now than there probably has been in the past. Just discovering and unearthing all of the real estate records as an example is no small task. Thank you for all the help. It's really important to know what rights we have and where we have them, and then actually manage the properties that way. And also so much of the permitting part of it, as long as I've been, in state government, the permitting has been famously something that needs to be streamlined, and there's always improvements to be made. And almost always, the last permit anybody gets for anything is a board permit. And you guys get painted into a corner, and I know we're trying to get out in front of that, right? Which is great. Like, and it takes resources and people to do that. People don't know how to do it, who to talk to, who to reach out to, right? We just heard from the city of Sacramento about this trail project, right? Like, the fact that you guys are already engaged, like, that's what has to be done. And I know it takes more effort, more time, and I know that you could do more if you had more resources. But I just wanted to say thank you. It's great to have the in-house expertise and capacity to leverage the folks at DWR and also in the other agencies under resources. It makes a big difference. So thank you.
Thanks, Tim. I know you didn't want to be silent today, remember, countryman, so there you are.
I just wanted to thank you for your executive officer report every month. It's really well organized and thoughtful, and it's much appreciated. Thank you.
Welcome.
Ditto from your president.
Thank you, ma'am.
They're all so good, which is why I wanted you all to come forward and actually speak. Because I think there's some folks out there that don't read it, not here. But, we hear from them all the time. I want to hear from you. Any others? Audience, which is, there's your fan club up here as well. Okay. Well, anyone from online?
No, but Secretary Johnson.
What? Secretary Johnson? You're being shy. By the way,
So shy.
Secretary Johnson, thank you very much for finding the information. And I just had some memory that it was there. Yes, there is a restoration project at Deer Creek in 99, and it is a setback levy and habitat restoration.
And I imagine that we have folks here who are who are aware of it.
Well,
Yes, thank you. I won't go on long, but I also wanted to say thank you for coming, and we're lucky to have you all. And I really appreciate these briefings, President Dolan and Chris. It's a great idea to have you be here. I know it takes time to put together the presentations, but it's very valuable to us, and thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
thank you. Mr. Yang? I know you thought we would never get to you. I did ask that there be 2 regular items toward the end. Just a very quick update. Mr. Yang, Ego Yang, has been activated off and on. You are a key person from the flood board staff to the issues going on in the San Joaquin Valley. So we'd just like you to share. Or what's up? I told you you didn't have to talk long.
Yes, yeah, thank you, President Dolan. Good afternoon, President Dolan and members of the board. My name is Yiguo Liang. I'm the Chief of Operations Branch with the board. And today, I'm going to give you a brief update concerning the hydrology and flooding in the Tulare Basin. One note I wanted to make is that the source data I'm using today, mainly from California Data Exchange Center, CDEC, what we call, and also California Nevada River Forecast Center. The data were pulled from when the data was available at the time I was preparing for the presentation. So some of the source product from different dates, so just want to make a point. I will point out when I present. Next slide. Yeah, I'm going to control that. Okay. This slide actually was presented exactly last month. I just have it here just to give you a kind of a general hydrologic setting for this region, but I'm not going to elaborate today unless there's a question or discussion related we needed to make a reference to. So I'm going to move to the next slide. So this slide is an update from last month. This is for the precipitation in this region based on 6 station index as of May 24th. So the curves, the lines on this are for the cumulative daily precipitation for the water year period. There's a number of water years, previous years we're talking about, but the blue line is the one that for this year. So the upper bound of the field color, field area is representing the long-term average of precipitation. So since setting the precipitation record in early April, as has been presented last time, there has not been much of precipitation in this region. So the cumulative precipitation stays pretty flat right now at 51.6 inches, which is 191% of normal. That still makes this year a very wet year for this basin. So with that precipitation amount, a significant portion of that is in the form of snow. So this slide is to show the snow content as of May 24th. The data is from DWR CDEC. If you follow, there's a blue line. If you follow the blue line, which represents this year's snow content, you can see that this year's kind of a snowpack reached 100% of April 1st average value by the time of early January. It reached 200% in late February and over 300% in early April, which was kind of presented last time. And since then, the snowmelt has started to ramp up due to warming weather. So you can see the two drops represent kind of a snowmelt, the reduction of the snow water content at the time. And the first drop is relatively mild, occurred in late April through early May. And then a more accelerated one starting in mid-May through the date of this chart. So with that, the snow water content level dropped to 166% of April average on this date of the chart, which is May 24th. The snow water content remains a pretty high level at this point in time. It's 451% of May 24th average value. So a couple of observations I wanted to make on this slide. First, if you just based on the selected years of the curve, just focus on the wet years, the couple of wet years historic. So it can say that typically the snow content, basically snow melt, occurred through late June to mid-July. So by that time, in the past, based on historical record, that's the time the snowmelt will complete, run out. Another observation is that by this time, the chart was produced, about close to half of the basin's peak snowpack on April 1st level has melted. It's not quite to 50% yet, but it's 40-some%. So with that, then DWR, they publish Bulletin 120, they call Water Supply Forecast for April through July. This is the release of May 16. And a small table there just show the full reservoir projected at 50% exceedance April through July unimpaired flow based on the Bulletin 120, the volume of the runoff, and then the last column of this table is kind of just compare that volume to the reservoir capacity, multiple times of that. It ranges like 3 to 4 over 4 times of the reservoir capacity.
This is the president. Do you know where those photos represent, other than beautiful scenery and an immense amount of snow?
Not exactly, but that just a symbol show the snow accumulation and snow melt.
And sunshine.
So I wanted to point out that the May 16 release is actually accounted for, because this is a forecast, but it's accounted for April through July. So the May 16 through kind of prior to that, April through May 16 is actually based on observation. And then May 16 forward through end of July is forecast. So because of that, we just wanted to find out what is the remaining snow, basically the snow amount at the time of May 16. So this table shows that the estimated remaining snow for the watershed upstream the 4 reservoirs. And then I have the reservoir capacity there showing, and then just the remaining water as a kind of a multiply of the reservoir capacity is shown in the second to the last column. And then the last column is reservoir storage at the time. So the reservoir storage, if you compare the reservoir storage at the time, May 16, and also reservoir capacity, the difference is the space the reservoir is able to regulate flood. So this is just a graphic representation of the table, very similar information. Just show the reservoir, how full each of the reservoir represented by the small bar on the left for each of the 4 reservoirs. And the snow bar represent kind of the remaining snow pack in reference kind of to the reservoir capacity and the space. Basically, it's a graphical representation of the previous table. This slide is showing kind of the temperature, daily temperature for observed the past 5 days and the forecast for the next 10 days. This data is released on May 24th. So the vertical line you see there is kind of the line separate the observation to the left and the forecast to the right. The yellow line is for a long-term average. So this is based on the Kings River watershed for the elevation 5,000 to 8,000 range based on index locations. And then another line is kind of just show the daily variation of temperatures, low and highs. There's also the field color, which is the bound of the historic maximal temperatures. So the upper bound is historic high and low bound is historic low. And there's a horizontal dashed line, blue line, that's for the freezing point. So this is for the Kings River Basin. As you can see that there's a warm, relatively warm weather in the past week, actually even beyond. And that corresponds to one of the second drop I just mentioned earlier in terms of the snow melt slope. And the forecast for the next 10 days for this basin, you will see the temperature comparing to historic, it's going to be actually colder than, the high is going to be colder than average. So that's a good sign for us. So relatively cooling weather in terms of flood concern, it's good news. And so with that, kind of I removed all the legend just to show this is the same graphic for the other for all 4 watershed. The top left is Kings River Basin, we just shown, and the rest of the other 3. And they are pretty much follow the similar pattern. So the next 10 days, you will see, based on forecast, you will have cooling weather. So the snow melt hopefully will be slowed down. This last slide is going to be just summarize kind of there are ongoing coordinated effort between and among local, state, and federal entities. So they're doing pre-position flood fight materials to areas close to flooding concern area. And also they are actively raising levees in some areas that are of concern. And there have been close coordination for reservoir operation to meet flood control purpose and also water use purpose. And DWR has a team that providing a lot of technical analysis. They also provide flood fight specialist to the locals. The technical analysis, including a lot of modeling, mapping, GIS sharing, and also regular weather and hydrology briefing. And they're actively looking for ways to divert water for other purpose, for irrigation, for groundwater recharge, and to state the water project through the Kern River intertie. They're looking for opportunity to make best use of the flood waters. So with that, I conclude my presentation, if there's any question.
Yes, this is your president. This is what you do, and you say you don't have a lot of time? It look like when you can pause back and really do a presentation.
Yeah, thank you.
No, thank you for putting all that together. There's news articles every single day. I just have this stack and opinions and all of this, but to see the information and to take what the forecast folks do and give it to something that I can pretty much understand is appreciated. We're all concerned.
Yeah, thank you. I think
And
the
the snow, those pictures are, I said they were beautiful, then I was thinking, yeah, and they're also a little scary. So we know folks there. So
yeah,
thank you.
I give credit to the other agencies, DWR and other agencies. They provide the information and so make the information available for us to easily access, to do some little bit kind of analysis.
That's very gracious of you. You did put it together in a readable format for us, though, so thank you.
Thank you.
Questions on this side, comments on this side? You can all just say ditto, right? Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
Oh, anyone in the audience want to say anything? Mr. Harriman, you're just listening, right? Okay, you can always call me. Anyone online? Okay. Mr. Wright, did you take your tie off, Mr. Wright? Only Mr. Countryman can do that.
I said it was okay.
Oh, well, enough said. This is another item that I asked us for an update each time. It's called the Middle Mile Broadband. This is an amazing project and an awful lot of money to bring broadband to California, particularly rural areas, and using Caltrans rights-of-ways and facilities, some of which are our permitting responsibility. So how's it going?
Good, thank you. Good afternoon, President Dolan, members of the board, Michael Wright, Chief Engineer. Wait, I can advance the slide, never mind. I don't have a huge update this month, not a lot has occurred. This is the same background information that I provided previously. I can go through it. I think a couple board members may have not been here the last time. But
Or
it's.
we may not have remembered.
Or
So
that.
Don't worry about that. This is a big deal.
It is a big deal. So
big
for background, this was initiated through Governor's Executive Order N 7320 and mandated by Senate Bill 156, that the state will create a statewide open access middle mile broadband network that will build infrastructure to bring high-speed broadband service to unserved and underserved communities. The California Department of Technology, CDT, is overseeing the effort, and Caltrans, Department of Transportation, will implement the project and construct up to 10,000 miles of network. There is an estimated 190 crossings within the board's adopted plan of flood control, meaning up to 190 permits will need to be processed through our permitting process. And I believe it's around, can't remember the exact number, it's 50-ish of those will need Core 408 review.
Crossing rivers.
Yeah, not much blockage for the conduits to cross the rivers, but they are extra additional encroachments that will be
It
there.
needs 408 approval.
Okay, oh, you took the map away.
I think it's still there.
Oh, I'm the only one that didn't have it.
So this is a map showing the Sacramento Basin and the San Joaquin Basin, Sac on the left, San Joaquin on the right. The white lines are the proposed path of the middle mile network.
The white lines are the highways?
No. Well,
No? Yes?
they're probably very close to highways, but those don't indicate highways. Those indicate where the middle mile broadband network will traverse.
Well, I do recognize Highway 32, Highway 99E, and Interstate 5. Yeah, that would be a good idea.
All right, so the white lines, middle mile broadband, the colorful lines are state plan of flood control levees. With the exception of the dark red lines, those are non-federal levees. However, we may have regulated streams or designated floodways in those areas. So we're not only permitting through our state federal levee system, but anywhere the lines would cross a regulated stream or go through a designated floodway, we would also process applications for those areas.
It looks like Stony Ford's going to get internet.
As well as Chester at the very north. We have facilities at Chester.
We do,
We do.
and they survived the earthquake.
They did survive. They were not damaged. So this is the main part of the update for April, actually, that should say May. The draft interagency agreement among the board, CDT, and Caltrans. Board staff, we've completed our part of that agreement and provided that to CDT and Caltrans so that they can complete their sections. We're coordinating with DWR to acquire consultant services through DWR contracts to assist us in processing the vast amount of work that's coming from this effort, and also coordinating with DWR to update our database to hopefully allow that a consultant, once we get a consultant on board, to be able to access our database, and the work would almost be seamless from the consultant into our database.
What's the timeframe now to acquire the consultant services? Tomorrow?
As soon as possible is the timeframe. We're working with DWR through their contracting process. And there's some difficulties we're working through right now, but we are trying to get it done as soon as possible.
I can't imagine what the difficulties are. This is something that has been so necessary. I know you're from a rural area. I'm not necessarily, but I know a lot of folks. When people need to go home for whatever the reason is, and there were 2 years when all school children were home in rural areas and were driving 80, 90 miles so that they could be online to learn, this is a major deal. So if there's a difficulty in that, perhaps we can bring them here to share it with us.
If it gets to that point,
Let
but
me know.
I think we can work through the issues.
Let me know.
Will do. That is, next steps, same next steps as
Maybe there'll be internet
last
in
time.
Klamath.
Finalize that interagency agreement, which we've done our part and forwarded it on. That it provides funding for permitting and inspection. Develop the task order to provide for that consultant support. We are working on the task order. Coordination, continue that with CDT and Caltrans for the overall project, as well as the Corps and our local maintaining agency partners. And then come here to the board meeting every month and provide updates.
How'd we get on the bottom of your list? It's all right.
Thank you.
I withdraw the question. I appreciate you putting this together. It could be you're doing it just for me, but that's the way it goes. Those of you who live in urban areas, you don't understand what it's like to put your phone out like there to get something. Do you have that as well? That's the way it goes. Okay, questions, comments? See you next month.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we have the executive officer report time. This is the documents that are submitted by our various branches. And I think we know now that we read them for you all. Thank you very much for putting them together. They're interesting, and we like that. Board comments and updates. I forgot my notes. Some of you know that there was a media event Tuesday of this week The genesis of that actually was the adoption of the plan by the board in December, and the idea was to do a media event rather than just a printed press release about the plan. But then developing that kind of bumped right into the holidays, and so didn't want to do that like 2 days before everybody was taking a break in December. So we thought early January. Well, we know what happened in January, February, March, and everybody was diverted. And so it finally came together. Not a lot of media logged on, but there were 80 folks who listened. We had Brian Johnson logging on for backup for questions, but the president never gave him any room to answer one, so thank you for being there, but it didn't happen. And
The president never needed my help.
yeah, and I had a whopping 3.5 minutes to explain the 289-page plan. So I tried, but I was actually given talking points. I don't know if some of you know that occurs. This is what you get to talk about. So I would hope that we can do things like that again, and we would be maybe just the board conduct something like that, where there's a bit more of an interchange, or definitely partnering with DWR. I think that's a good idea. So that's kind of, well, among other things, that's what I did. Looks like board workshop June 9th is at SACOG, so we're not here because we didn't tell them in time to be here, so we're over at SACOG, is that right?
No, there was, it was already on the schedule for June and July, this was booked.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
So, okay. June workshop, June board meeting are at SACOG?
That's correct. Yes. Yes.
And then coordinating committee is proposed to be, well, it's going to be Wednesday, the 28th, and I do know that Kim Floyd is looking for a location, but because the coordinating committee is not funded to pay rent, and it's hard to anticipate how many of our large email list would come. It's going to, but it will continue to always be hybrid. And I know that Wednesday it was a very informative, interesting meeting. Keely Bowser was one of the presenters and a star. I couldn't be there, and I felt bad, but I've been listening. I just, Dan, how many people were online? I think it was over 100. Yeah, people want that information and that interchange, so it was really great. So thanks for doing that. From my perspective, given the time, I will not hold you to the closed session that I always like to have to talk with the executive officer, unless you want to stay. I told Mr. Dua that he could write to us about what he wants us to know with litigation.
I think one of the things, because we did talk, and Darren was able to do another presentation on the budget, but the $125 million, that's what they call a set aside. It's not for a particular project, but it is to address issues related to the emergency. And not just emergency response, but repairs. And so I think it's going to be important for us to have a process, because it's not as clear cut as maybe a fire. For example, just making sure like what the process is that DWR is setting up, and we just want to coordinate with them, and then also make sure that we're able to help promote and communicate to those that need to put their paperwork together to file.
Making notes on that? Yes, because it does say DWR and the flood board. A lot of legislation says that now. That's progress.
And not all that 125, some of that is going to go to Paro, but there is no,
Yes,
been no
some is
determination.
designated.
So it's not all for the Central Valley.
And the budget hasn't been approved yet. Few comments going on around there, including ours. Okay. Here's Mr. Wright and I had a sort of going thing the last 10 days as to how long the meeting was going to take, and I said 4, and he said 1:45.
Jane wins that one.
So you kept this here so you could win the bet? Exactly.
That might have been a typo. What did you actually say? What were you guessing there?
I had 2:40 p.m.
Oh, 2:40. Yeah, no, you're very optimistic, and I overestimated. I thought we'd have an hour on one of the items, and we didn't, so good for us.
But
So,
I don't actually run the meeting, so. When it ends.
I know.
Jane, I have to catch a train.
You go. We're going to lose our clerk. Now that you said that, I want you all to know he doesn't want to take lunch breaks or any breaks, and I do. So that's the difference. Anybody want to say anything else before we adjourn?
Stop blaming Mike for how the meetings are run.
Talk to the governor.
Step back here.
Go suggest that to the governor. Meeting adjourned.
So wait, so what's the history about why we haven't been doing that?
So I think,
Because the ladies that run this program, they are ladies. They came and briefed me, like they weren't set it up. I was like, okay, I'm happy to never.
from
B2B Water.
Yeah.
And they said they had like a spreadsheet and it shows 0. Like we have